Erangel had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better for Irrelevant. Great spotted, top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! The PUBG Asia Super Cup returns here for 2024, the winter variation, although at the moment for us, Jordan, in the land down under, it is summer. Excited to be back for a tournament that, of course, has a special place for both of us, having done basically the old PCSs of old over the last couple of years. This is basically an iteration of it now for the new age of PUBG.
Yeah, I guess I would say it's the spiritual successor as opposed to the PCS, isn't it? And I'd say it's great to be back as well, Xenox. I know, at least for myself, I did miss out on PUBG a little bit last year, so nice to be back, at least for today. Probably won't see too much of me, but yeah, looking forward to sort of just catching back up with what's been going on in PUBG and specifically within Asia as well. There's been a lot of changes since I last did it, so looking forward to getting stuck in.
Yeah, obviously, even for myself, last year was a year that I wasn't able to do a whole lot of PUBG. Hopefully, for 2024, that could be a little bit different. In terms of this particular tournament, for those maybe a bit unaware, let's have a look at the explainer. And an explainer that certainly will need some explanation, as you can see here. It's not maybe the easiest to follow, but we do start with 24 teams. And Jordan, there's also a lot of similarities to the way like PGC works, where you start with the group stage and then there's last chance. So there's obviously a lot of chances for these teams to eventually make it to grand finals. And that's the goal here, as you can see.
Yeah, basically the big thing that you need to know out of this is that we are currently in the group stage, and of that you get to play 3 different lobbies: A versus C, B versus C, A versus B, and at the end of that the top 8 teams will go straight through to the grand finals. If you're not in that top 8, which means you're in the bottom 16, you're going to go through to the last chance qualifiers, where again another 8 teams are eventually going to progress through to the grand final for that final lobby. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, lots of PUBG still to play, still the early stages, so don't really need to focus on that at this point in time. Really just be focusing on that group stage, A versus B, etc. And hope these teams can get their maximum points on the board so they can put themselves in the best position to going into those grand finals, hopefully.
Yeah, and certainly, obviously, for the group stage, you do get the benefit if you win and you make top 8, then you get to go straight to the grand finals. There's not even like a winner's bracket; you just skip, go straight to the grand finals. So incentive to do well early, but also not the end of the world if you don't do well early. Let's go to the prize pool, which we've got basically the same as last time in terms of the Summer Super Cup, which is 100,000 USD, which is obviously a hefty figure. When you break it down to 24 teams, obviously, it does maybe not look as a huge amount. 20K for first, 15 for second, all very nice, but 100,000 USD is a stupendous amount, really, for a tournament such as this stature.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, again, when we're talking about Asia, we're talking about 100K USD. You're looking across the globe, esports-wise, I suppose. That's definitely not a shabby figure, right? Most games would be pretty happy to be able to talk about something half that size, you know? So, yeah, look, everyone getting paid out as well is quite something for maybe those teams that aren't, you know, going to be competing for the top spot. It is good to sort of have that incentive to at least say, okay, well, if we can place a little bit better than, for example, the Wooden Spoon prize, we can increase our income potentially by double, right? Going from 1,000 to 2,000, it's not that much of a jump, but it is double your money. So yeah, there's always something to play for.
We mentioned, of course, 24 teams and the prize pool. Well, let's go and have a look at the teams that we have for this particular tournament. Now, of course, qualification paths are right just about from everywhere. You had the Thailand series, the Vietnam series, obviously PUBG Challenge Rumble. So basically the main tournaments that these teams played at the back end of last year to qualify for PGC netted them this position as well for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. So it's kind of like an added bonus, if you will. They all fought for PGC. Some of them got it, and a lot of them also then qualified here. Group A, Group B, and Group C to begin with. Jordan, I honestly customized probably Group B, Cerberus, FW Esports, Fury, and a Fury roster, by the way, that we'll get into later. That is not the usual Fury roster, and Archangel Predator, some really top teams, and I think a bunch of groups that have got some talent just throughout everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of names that, you know, you can go back and say, well, you can draw the history of this team throughout PUBG Esports over the years. And yeah, Brute B certainly has a lot of those teams. One that you didn't mention that I think you can throw in there as well, the Expendables, a couple of members from back in the day that I'm sort of hoping to see sort of run it back a little bit and have a good performance throughout this event. And I think, yeah, they're always one of those sort of dark horse teams that you're not really sure what you're going to get from them. But either way, for sure, we're looking forward to catching up with everyone, obviously in A and C as well. So plenty to talk about. And as we go through the course of this event, I'm sure there'll be plenty of good moments.
Yeah, that's kind of why I gave the spotlight to be there momentarily. We won't actually see them tonight, so that was it. That's all they get. We'll see them tomorrow night. But Group A versus C is the group that we'll be covering tonight. And of course, one of the highlighted teams that I wanted to touch on, Theerathon 5, the champions from Thailand. And I think a team that has probably established themselves now as not only the best team, but kind of like this new age superstar team from Thailand. You think about the years gone by, 3 years ago or so, is your Buriram Uniteds, your Daytrades as well, not too recently. But right now, Theerathon 5, Thanathol, probably one of the best players in the region. I think he had like the highest Twire rating of about 77 overall. And obviously these guys went to PGC as well. They made the grand finals after a stellar time. Prior to that, grand finals didn't finish all that well for them, unfortunately. I think it was second last. But to even make PGC grand finals, that means you're top 16 in the world. That already is such an amazing accomplishment for any SEA team, let alone these guys who have been grinding for a long time. Names that we are familiar with: Jordan Rossiter Jr., obviously Pathan Pong, Thanatol's obviously a little bit more new, and same with Hatsawa from, say, the earlier days of PCS. But clearly a team that's been grinding and a team I think has got a lot of potential for this particular tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were around a lot during those PCS days, so they're kind of one of those teams where you'd look at them and say that it felt like their time was coming, right? You mentioned the Daytrade guys, the Buriram guys, and they were definitely on top, but Theerathon 5 was a team that was always sort of sitting around there. You know, they had a lot of good top 5 performances, results like that, and so it felt like inevitably, maybe with some roster changes, as we've obviously seen over the years, they are going to have their time in the limelight, and it feels like now is that time.
Yeah, we'll go to a team from Group C. I've picked New Generation Esports as one of the top teams from the Vietnam series, a team that obviously finished third in the Vietnam series at the back end of last year, but technically represented as the second best team from Vietnam. There's no Genius Esports. We'll talk about that later. Now, mind you, I don't know if this graphic is entirely correct. I do believe Hakai is actually going to be starting for this roster. He did for the Vietnam series back in fall, so that blue, of course, has been around a long time. And if you kind of look at just that blue, Hung Vo Ditch, now known as Hung Phong Du, and Van, well, that's the old Unicorn Phoenix roster from, I think, 2021 when they burst onto the scene. Fap, obviously, he joined back at the end of 2022, so he's also been on the roster for a little while now and was basically rated third best player for VS4, which is the Vietnam series. So a team that I think has got a lot of talent. Can they go one step further than the likes of Cerberus? Clearly, Genius Esports kind of overtook them as well back in Vietnam series. So I think this is a team that when you come and you go to the Super Cup, they're a team that has to flex their muscles to it, and they've got to be making it not only to the grand final, to the final 16, but a team that needs to be in contention to win it all. And that's kind of probably the mantle I'll put on them.
Yeah, they're a pretty interesting prospect for me as well. I don't know that I would have had as much faith in them, say, for example, as I would have had in Theerathon 5. If we're looking back further historically, it felt to me like they were a little bit more of an up and down team, right? We saw some very solid stuff from them, but then we also saw them kind of, you know, with some somewhat lackluster performances going back to, you know, PCS 7 and stuff like that. So for me, I still kind of want to see a little bit more before I really lock them in, but certainly touching back on the Super Cup in summer. Last year, they did really well there. They've done really well in the Vietnam series. So there's some consistency starting to shine through. And I guess the big question is going to be whether or not they can bring that today and obviously over the course of the next few weeks here as well in winter 2024.
We'll go to the map order. Some might be familiar, some maybe not so much. And I know for you, Jordan, have been a bit out of the PUBG time, so this will be a little bit different for you. But we have 6 maps. This is for pretty much every single night, mind you. Erangel, Tago, Vikendi, Miramar. It has started to become a bit of a staple. We've got to have this, obviously, for PUBG Challenger, Rumble, LPL Pro, all of these things. It is becoming the new norm. And also, I imagine probably by the end of this year, I wouldn't be surprised to see some other maps make its way in. Clearly, changing up the map pool is becoming the norm for PUBG. And I like it, Jordan. It offers the variety. And if you think about from games 2 to 5, you're getting 4 different maps in 4 different games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it was something that people were kind of wanting for a while before it was actually implemented. So it is good to see. I mean, obviously, it's good to see the tried and true still there. Erangel and Miramar, we all love them. And then, you know, yeah, you sort of throw a bit of spice in the mix as well. Like you said, it's going to be an interesting one for me. I think this might actually be the first time I cast Vikendi, at least in an official sort of a tournament. I'm sure there's been like some sort of something going on in the background, maybe where we've covered it. I feel like I remember back in the day at some point. But yeah, certainly for me, it'll be the first time actually casting Vikendi and Tago even as well. I haven't got a lot of experience casting that. So yeah, looking forward to it. It should be an interesting night, and hopefully we'll be able to get stuck into things pretty shortly.
Yeah, hopefully not too far away. That's going to be us done for the pre-show for beginning tonight with the Super Asia Cup. Please bear with us. We're going to go to a short break. We do come back though. Game 1 on the other side for Group A VC.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Asia Super Cup returns here for 2024. Hopefully not too far away from getting into the first game of the night. Reminder, of course, we've got 6 games to bring you tonight. Group A versus C as we begin our journey. A long journey at that, Jordan. So it's kind of that marathon, not a sprint, as we always like to kind of term when we begin these sort of tournaments, especially in this case where we start with the group stage and then there's a whole nother stage as well in terms of last chance quals before we finally get to grand finals. An opportunity, though, if you do start well and set yourself apart nice and early, that you can have that little break in between for this particular tournament and have a bit of time off, do a bit more scrimming, VOD reviewing, then heading into the grand finals. And I think that's why I'm pretty happy, actually, with the way the tournament format has been laid out there. The fact that there's incentive to do well early in the group stage, I think means everything for me, because there's been probably formats in the past where you actually have the group stage not maybe mean all that much. In this instance, though, you make top 8 from group stage, you go straight to grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there has been a lot of talk about formats in the past, but this one, yeah, can't complain too much about it. And looking at tonight's games as well, the A and C lobbies, I think we've got a lot of big name teams in this lobby to kind of kick things off. And obviously, as you said, Sonox, right, we've taken a little bit of a, maybe I would say back seat when it comes to casting PUBG and especially Asian PUBG actually in 2023. So a little bit of a opportunity for yourself and myself to kind of get back into the swing of things. But, you know, looking at teams like Buriram, Daytrade, EXO, NGE, Theerathon 5, QConfirm, like all these names in the lobby tonight. So keen to get stuck in.
It is a bit of a throwback feel, isn't it, when you do get to cover the Asia Super Cup. We head to Erangel, game number 1, and we get to see basically the best of the best from around the APAC region. The beauty of this kind of tournament as well, was the way in which teams qualified. It's not as if there was a qualifier directly for this. It was you're playing for PGC, but this is an added bonus, which means that the teams that are here all performed the best when the most important tournament was on the line. And I think that's the beauty of it for me. Sometimes you get third-party tournaments, and truthfully, as maybe higher prize pool or as good as the teams, if you have to qualify directly for it, there's so many different shenanigans. There's no shenanigans here. The best teams qualified for this tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the other thing that's really cool to sort of note about this, and again, this is probably old news for those that have sort of been watching in 2023, but obviously for us harking back to the PCS days, you know, this is a little bit of a wider spread, I guess, of regions as well, right? With Japan coming in, the Taiwan, Hong Kong region coming in as well. So looking forward to sort of seeing what those teams are going to be able to bring. I know that, you know, we've seen those regions competing in PUBG, but just not necessarily quite the same as it was back in the PCS days. So a little bit more to sort of touch on for us at least, and that's exciting as we jump into Erangel to kick things off. We've got the A and C lobby, and that playing path, pretty happy days for the vast majority, straight through the center of the map. So shouldn't really be seeing anyone having to stretch too far to get to their drops.
Yeah, you bring a very valid point there, obviously, compared to the old PCS days where it was predominantly rest of SEA, OS, Thailand, Vietnam. There's a couple of extra regions. More importantly, though, just in general, the English coverage of these regions in general. I mean, you kind of look at the Thailand series, the Vietnam series. Yeah, they're covered, they're broadcasted, but in their own local languages. So we do kind of get to bring them to the Western audience a little bit better, if you will, and get to sort of see how these teams perform. Again, a lot on the line, 100,000, and also a good opportunity as I don't know if I want to label it as a preseason tournament, if you will, because the qualification for this happened at the back end of last year. But in essence, for the 2024 calendar year, it is actually a really solid preseason tournament to really test things out as we begin the year.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? Like, it is, what, it's the 16th of January today, so that's pretty early in the year still to even be playing esports. The vast majority of esports that I follow, that I cover, there's nothing going on. There's nothing going on until February, until March usually. So it is still quite early on in the year, but that's always good, right? You want to be kicking things off early. And it looks like things are kicking off early as well as we turn our attention towards Yasnaya, Playana, and Fap already has found himself an opening pick onto one of the members of From the Future. So a little bit of a contest on that drop. And, well, so far, so good for New Generation Esports, one of those teams that you highlighted at the start of the day.
Yeah, obviously, when you kind of look at the overall roster, DatBlue's not playing. He's pretty much core sub. It used to be that old unicorn thing. Kai's got a couple pushing up the stairwell. No surprise he wins this one, Tommy, against Tede, who pushed up solo. There's another one on the stairs, and that's Man. He had a bit of pressure from below. Outside the window was Van. That's a wonderful double pinch from Haikai. Fap. Van was, well, there, and Van was a big reason as to why Hakai was able to then push down those stairs. He provided that kind of second layer of pressure on the stairwell, and FTF just get absolutely dominated. And in terms of storylining, perfect for us, considering we were able to highlight New Generation before the game even started. Just a couple of players, Fat, Hakai, Van, those three in particular, I kind of look at Hakai being kind of the newest member of the roster outside of Hungvo Ditch, who probably from a legality standpoint is newest, but some really top players from the Vietnam series at the back end of last year. I think they were both tied third actually in terms of the Twire rating, Vap and Van. So yeah, good start for New Generation. And look, putting the onus on them early, Jordan, in our head-to-head matchup. They're a team I think will do very well and make it to the highest standpoints of the grand final later on.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really decisive start from NGE, wasn't it? Like, you can just see the setup was so strong in that building. It didn't really seem like FTF even had much of a chance. I think looking at that one, if I was FTF, not sure that I'd be too keen on another contest over Yazzie, but we'll see how they go next game. Did you see Udirt getting himself a knock onto one of the players here on NOSH, Haribo, but not a big deal. It was relatively safe position for NOSH, as you've seen the reses come through. So apart from that big exchange up in Yasnaya Poliana, there hasn't really been too much going on early. Rotations are starting to come through as that phase 1 circle has been revealed.
Yeah, Eastern side circle, pretty normal start, and I think that's probably what we want when we begin a tournament. We don't want anything too crazy to begin with, just over on that Eastern side, kind of around Shelter region will be quite prominent. Prison, obviously, is going to be something I think a couple of teams will look to try and fill into. We got EXO Clan in a pretty good position, just around that sort of mansion area. Good spot for them. And a lot of other teams out towards the west will be coming in quite late. You kind of look at this circle and understand you want to loot up, play the edge as you come in. You're not going to get those center positions, of which there's really not a whole lot. When it kind of centers over Shelter, obviously the majority of Shelter's, well, underground, hence why it's called Shelter. So it's all kind of open fields, couple of little tiny houses around there. Inside Akita, High Command now on the roster for EXO. Not going to lie, Oceania is probably one of the weirder regions at the moment in terms of rosters. And obviously we've seen the Fury roster isn't even really Fury. We'll touch on them a bit later. Of course, they're in Group B, but even for EXO making the change, picking up High Command, I don't even know if that's permanent. And I speak to the guy most days, and I didn't even ask. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. For the rest of the EXO Clan, though, it is pretty much still the same from last year.
It's good to know that you're on the cutting edge of the roster information coming into these games, particularly with your home region, you know. So
love it.
We'll get that sorted for next week.
Thailand and Vietnam than I do with what's happening. Look, honestly, well, Oceania is a bit weird now too, because it doesn't even have its own tournament. Like, it's in part of PCR. So we'll touch on that a bit more, though, as we go on with this tournament. It's going to be a long tournament, a lot to kind of get over, as XIEC Esports here on the horizon in an okay position at the moment. Just well, rather central. Again, as central as you can probably be or want to be, controlling high ground, just scouting, getting information. And obviously for phase 1, this is all you can really do from here, as much as you get a little bit sick of just smashing the A and D button and WS and roaming around in a circle. That's all they can really do right now. Drakenhoff in hand for Thanhan, and yeah, phase 1 still got another 4 minutes to go, as is the case with PUBG. You get to these kind of positions early, you're going to hold it, you're going to defend it, and you want to spread out. That's what they're doing. Spread, get information, but also denying the map area away from other teams, forcing them away with these shots. So it's just pretty standard PUBG at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one of the teams I think that we should probably touch on as well, we haven't said too much about them since getting into the game, at least, is Theerathon Five. Obviously a big talking point in the pre-match, in the pre-show. They're one of the teams that's actually having to make a bit of a longer rotation than others. So they'll be coming in and around Yasnaya in maybe 30 seconds or so. Just driving out from Georgia Pole. And we can see the rest of the rotations coming across here as well from X-Men, Xavage Men. We'll call them X-Men, I think. That's easier. The X factor maybe being the driving at this point from Payne, but has actually managed to land that one okay, so we're well on our way. And here's Theerathon 5. So this is where things maybe start to get a little bit interesting, because you could see Van, he's kind of that one solo member in what was probably the 3-1 split between NGE. I think he's recognized that Theerathon 5 was on the way, and he just wants to get out of there pretty quick, smart, before anything too untoward occurs. So good little transition from him, not getting stuck in between multiple T5 members. And
Yeah, it's interesting.
as expected, Theerathon 5 on their way as well.
It's interesting that I was kind of looking at some of the stats for Theerathon 5. They don't take a lot of blue zone damage, which indicates they, one, aren't really like late rotators. They'll like to get moving. So even on an eastern circle like this, on the western side loop path for them, they do move relatively early. They're not making sure that they're coming in super late. So yeah, that was an interesting thing to kind of look at and see for the Thailand series for a team, you know, that's at the top end. What are they kind of doing? Are they rotating early? Are they going late? For example, you know, you look at a Buriram United, for example, Jordan, it's been their kind of ethos for years, and it still is. Back at the last Thailand series, they were the team that took like the most amount of blue zone damage because they're just always rotating late, playing edge, that kind of philosophy. So for T5, even on this kind of circle, I probably say this may be one of the later rotates you might get from them. And even then, they play it safe. They go up north rather than kind of going straight in towards the middle. They'll play around Yasnaya, and then it's a little bit easier to then rotate on that eastern side in and around Lipovka, just because it's not really a prior kind of position. So this is the play that I'm keen to watch, though, is Theerathon. Now, we obviously haven't been able to cover Thailand, Vietnam, basically since PCS finished, which I think was back in 2022 now. So we don't get to cover these players anymore. And Theerathon was kind of like on that edge of either just started as we kind of finished PCS, or we didn't really get to see him in his prime. But he's turned into an absolute juggernaut from the Thai region. So very keen to see what he brings to the table for Theerathon 5, and certainly a player to keep an eye on. Same with Rossiter Jr., who had a very good performance at PGC. They finished third in the winners bracket. Of course, weren't able to maintain that in the grand final. PMA, though, on our screens at the moment, and Daytrade, well, one of the more former top teams from the region, the likes of Puchils, Flash, Belmoth, and Nurans, absolute household names from Thailand. And they are just obviously not wanting to over-aggress up the hill without the information. You can't really push up here just willy-nilly, and PMA making sure that they also don't want to overstep the mark. Just watching Linlin actually not wanting to obviously even let them know that this position is currently occupied by PMA.
Yeah, still going to be a bit of a tough team to go up against Daytrade, even though the results haven't necessarily been quite maybe what they were back in their heyday. And there's obviously still quite some talent in that roster, and you wouldn't want to be making a mistake against them. We'll move away from that exchange for the moment. Didn't seem like too much really was going to happen there. Rossiter Jr. has been spotted out by NGE. They would have been pretty well aware of what was going on there. And, well, now London might have to get involved in the mix.
Well, they do get the mix. Hi and Pete, they get the surprise jump on Tadurans and Belmoth. As we clearly saw, PMA, they held their shots. They waited for the reinforcements to get into better shooting positions. Really smart from Lundon. Could have fired early. But I guess that's just the team philosophy in this mindset. Do you want to fire early, fire off warning shots, maybe they get away, or really kind of allow them into that position, trap them in, and then pounce? And that's kind of what PMA elected to do. Belmoth finished off. Now same with Nurans. Lundon certainly gets what he deserves there. In that case, a double kill. Patience is a virtue, and it's down to just Puchils and Flash now. And really, with that circle shift as well for phase 2, kind of need to just get out of dodge and just take the two players left alive, find a wrap position, maybe down towards the coastline, and hope for the best.
Yeah, it wasn't really much salvaging that one, unfortunately, for Daytrade, so they're going to just have to cut their losses. Lun is maybe doing a better job than they did, actually, as he manages to get that knock onto his teammate Jervis. But either way, as you said, rotations are now in play. Four-man bow, as we can see, on their way into farm. Might have a little bit of a ruckus actually caused here. NHE on the other side of that one, firing a few shots off. Haven't really connected too much. Looks like four-man bow going to get in okay. And it's certainly the kind of a compound where you can actually occupy a couple of teams quite happily. So shouldn't be seeing too much more from there for the moment.
Yeah, a lot of smokes here, as you can see, obscuring the vision. We've got a better angle than a lot of these players in terms of the X-rays, but there has been a double knock. Thanahan noticing that coming from the left-hand side, tries to get a couple of shots in. That is a lot of smoke grenades that has been thrown out in this exchange. XIEC Esports, though, absolutely annihilate QConfirm. That's a massive fight to win. QConfirm, one of the top teams from the Thai series. I think they finished around 4th place. That is not the ideal start for them here to begin the Asia Super Cup. And a good start, though, for XIEC, because Neil T has been knocked down by Rossiter Jr. Now, Theerathon 5, they made the parachute rotate. Jordan, of course, probably since the last time you were able to cast PUBG, wasn't a thing, but they were able to basically get a free rotate courtesy of that pickup system. And now they are smack bang center of the phase 2 circle, minute until phase 3.
Yeah, you can see immediately as soon as they are into the bullseye, they're actually having an impact. What damage they've been able to do. NGE perhaps going to follow suit as well. Hakai can't quite get the second spray down. And so we'll be traded back by Thanhan. Still not looking good though for RXE. A couple of members on the floor, one of them having now been finished off. And it really does come down to the two that are left up to kind of do similar to what the Daytrade duo was able to do and just escape. Zone is pushing in at their backs as well. There's really just not a whole lot to write home about here for RXE anymore.
Just about holding on.
Haven't managed to get the res.
Yeah, they got the res, but Thanhan has done a pretty good job around that hut to just try and stay alive, keep themselves in a position where you can heal up, push out, but immediately just takes a big frag to the face. Courtesy of Hungbo Ditch. He does actually get the knock on to Van. We switched away maybe a little bit too early there, and he did get the knock. Bao to come in and try and help out. Perhaps the lowest rated Vietnamese team coming into this tournament has absolutely done an amazing job to go up against QConfirm and now NGE. Unfortunately, though, they do fall short. A couple of kills, not bad. You take that in this kind of tournament. 4 kills is going to get you a long way, Jordan. If you can be constantly racking up 4 to 6 points a game, it will add up over time. And then you kind of add that with your big games, and suddenly you're in a position to qualify for certain phases. So a good start for the team that came in at the lowest portion from the Vietnam series, and they'll walk away with the 4 kills, 4 points.
Yeah, I wonder if Daytrade can manage to sort of salvage something out of this game as well. Poochils and Flash have found themselves, not in an awful position. They're able to occupy a couple of buildings here, a little bit of a 1-1 split. They are sort of in buildings next to one another, but this is the kind of spot where, yeah, teams are potentially going to be rotating past you. You might be able to pick someone off, 1 or 2 players here and there. Maybe you can eke out a placement if the zone moves back in your direction. I think there's definitely something still on offer for Daytrade as a duo, which is good to see. Things didn't start too well for them, but doing the right things to keep themselves at least with their noses in the game. Not necessarily that they're going to find a lot of value in it off of it, but yeah, the opportunity is there for sure.
Did mention
EXO
as well,
on the move
by
too.
The way, sorry, Jordan, there, RXE, just a note, and for probably good reason, they're only in here because of the circumstances surrounding Genius Esports. For those unaware, of course, Genius Esports winning Vietnam Series full at the end of last year would have qualified for this tournament, but just due to scheduling conflicts have not been able to participate. So for XIEC, they've been able to make their way in. So a good start for them, right? In the tournament, they're not even really supposed to be here. It's kind of free money for them, house money, if you will, as we look at Purple Mood and Thanawa moving on up. And speaking of NGE, we've seen them quite a lot already tonight from the head-to-head graphic now into the game. In the first 15 minutes, they've been everywhere. 7 kills as well tonight. All 4 players up, super healthy. And while Thanawa peeked up, took a shot, might just backfire a little bit for Purple Mood Esports, because they haven't firstly got everyone there, and secondly, hill and high ground advantage is still with NGE.
This is a tough spot to be in, though, for Purple Mood Esports. They're going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on, because Zone is pushing at their back. As you said, they're fighting an uphill battle. Thanawa, he's about to die. He's burning alive, and he'll be finished off by the Molotov of FAP. And look at Hungbo Ditch down there in the ditch, I suppose. I'm still going to have to get used to that new name. But either way, he's being a real pain in the backside for Purple Mood, who really don't need anything else to worry about. Xavage will get a nice knock there. Kanaxi just gets booked out by Upchen. But there's a couple more members of Buriram trying to breach the building, so he's under a bit of pressure now.
No surprise to see Buriram fighting on the edge, and that's exactly what they're doing, just on the outskirts of Melter. Edie actually ended up getting that kill onto Upchen, who made his way out of the building, but not to find much success, unfortunately. That was being revived. And Esquilusia probably going to get revived as well from Flocky. And I do wonder if maybe Thanawa took those shots simply because of zone positioning. They have to basically take this fight with NG anyway. So at some point, if you got the shot, take it. He can't win this battle though. Now just stays prone and down on the floor forever, because Esquilusia can not do much more to survive here. Completely surrounded. And for New Generation, the absolute dream start for any tournament. 11 kills inside the first 17 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to be super looted here as well. They've actually been gifted quite a few death boxes by a couple of teams on this transition through the map. So NG, they're going to be feeling pretty good about things. The only, maybe one detriment, I suppose, is that they are having to come in relatively late, but actually the northern side of the zone is looking pretty free for them to kind of work with relative safety. And I suppose, I mean, that's actually as a result of what they've been doing, because they're the ones that have been cleaning up that northern side of the zone. So you do reap what you sow, and I mean, it's coming up daisies at the moment for NGE, but we'll see if they can continue that. Either way, 11 points in the first game. Even if you got knocked out right here, it's still quite a good start.
Bit of a crash here, send for Buriram United in towards Farm, and Can has already perished, unfortunately. He's a player that is very much new to the scene. Jordan made his debut in the Thai Series 2 at the back end of last year, so it's an opportunity for him to basically now just play his second tournament with the team, a team that, of course, has been quite stable for a long time. Nuordra, Edie, Canaxi, it's all very much same, just kind of a new player joining, and the new player that had a very standout performance in the Thai series as well. I think he had a team high damage. Dead to start with, but a player to keep an eye on as we progress throughout this tournament, and someone that maybe like a Nuordra can also have as like a secondary fragger. So if you can have Nuordra, Can, and then Edie and Canaxi, they can play those more like kind of supportive roles if required. I think Edie had highest assists in PUBG Thai Series 2, so clearly that means they can have a more formulatic roster where you've kind of got your two fraggers and you've got your two supportive players.
It's always good to see as well new talent coming through. I mean, PUBG, it's not exactly the youngest of games anymore. It's not exactly the youngest of esports, so when we're talking about the health of it, this is some ambitious shots as well, by the way, by John. But, you know, you want to be seeing new players coming into the mix. It's what essentially is a signifier, or signal, maybe is a better word, of a healthy esports ecosystem. So it's always good to see these new players getting in the mix and having a crack at it.
And gee, they've been fighting non-stop for the first 20 minutes of this game. And due to that, as you do get the loot, you get those death boxes. Positioning can be a little bit more awry, as you are, of course, spending most of your time fighting. You're not really rotating, getting sort of key positions, but job done in terms of points for them this game. Anything else is really a bonus as we start to edge closer to our final 8 teams. Bit of a battle, Unicorn taking on the likes of Daytrade, and Daytrade will actually perish. Of course, they lost their 2 players earlier at Potato Hill. Flash and Pooch Hill's default. Demon collects those kills. Of course, for Unicorn Phoenix or Unicorn Esports, I think it's Unicorn Cyber Esports these days.
Yep.
Indeed correct. Of course, well, the new generation roster is kind of the old Unicorn guard, and obviously you got the new guard. We'll see whoever can kind of win that little battle, if you will. But it looks like Farm will be the ending place for game number 1 here, Erangel. Into phase 5, still 11 teams remaining as we hit the 20-minute mark. So a couple more teams on the bubble here that will miss out on precious placement points as PMA on the move, and they're going straight towards Unicorn Cyber.
Yeah, they might actually have one of the more difficult times, actually. Their side of the zone is pretty busy. They've got Theerathon 5 to the north, so if they don't clean this one up comfortably, they're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Unicorn Cyber, though, will lose the first player of the engagement. Sapao to a nade. IMP tossing that artillery over the top, and decent start for PMA, but instantly brought back, brings this into a 3-on-3.
Sapao involved, one of the old star players when he was a young gunner. See if he can make an influence on this, but he is down at the moment. Unicorn Cyber have done okay as this game progresses. Destroy has a good angle on the left side flank. IMP close to those flames, and a good trade though from Lunlon. He's had a good game, but he's going to have to go even one better for PMA, as he's the only one standing at the moment. He gets aggressive. Flash goes out, pushing up to the rock, confirms the kill. Smart. At that point, you get the confirmed kill, because honestly, you don't know what is behind that rock. And in the end, Destroy and Hoot Dat do the majority of the work for Unicorn Cyber. They'll get the revive, and that, though, might just be NGE hearing and seeing shots and a chance to push on a weakened roster over towards these rocks on the western side of this Phase 5 circle, and they might just about clean up the rest of Unicorn Cyber.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about it, aren't they? I mean, they are a weakened team themselves. They are just down to the 3. Fap with a long spray down on the MG3, but does eventually actually manage to claim his target. Either way, Sapao still alive here for Unicorn Cyber, trying to hang on as that last member, but in a 1-on-3, I'm not really liking his chances too much, and the flashes is just popping in his face. There's nothing he can do.
Wow.
And that is that. Unicorn Cyber out in 9th.
I do promise we haven't pre-recorded the pre-show, Jordan. This is just a very happy coincidence. New generation off to an absolute perfect start. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just classic snowball PUBG, right? You're just pushing from fight to fight. You've also then got the meds, the supplies, you're replenishing, you're picking up whatever kind of attachments or weaponry that you desire. Everything will be available for you. The only downside is positioning, hence why they're still out on the edge. But that downside is mitigated by the fact that you've got the 14 kills anyway. So it's irrelevant. And it's been a tremendous performance from New Generation to be able to go from fight to fight and have the majority of those fights be on your terms. Speaks volumes to this roster and why I think they're going to be one of the top teams here for the Asia Super Cup. And of the top teams, we've got our top 8 for game number 1 here of Group A versus Group C. And Insight has gone down to the blue, and that's going to be him done for EXO.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a quiet game from EXO so far, just the 1 kill on the board. But plenty more where that came from still available. 27 players up. So haven't really been done any favors actually by the zone with that shift. They're going to have to move out of the compound that they're currently occupying. Theerathon 5 on our screens though. I think it's been a pretty nicely played game from them. They've kind of been keeping their heads down. They haven't really gotten into too many engagements. They've actually sort of threaded the needle in a sense, right? Because there's been fights happening around them, but they've kind of gone through those engagements, and they've actually ended up in a fairly comfortable position now inside of this compound. They don't have to move for the next zone, and NGE is going to have to basically crash them, which, as you can see, is not going to work out too kindly. Good defense from Theerathon 5, and Fung Fongo is going to try to go past, but there's really nowhere to go at this point, so they'll just have to try to tuck his head down. But Theerathon 5, I mean, this is where you actually do get to see them feast a little bit, because while it's been a slower game from them, now they're set up, they're quite strong, they're quite comfortable, they've got 4 players alive, they have a good position to play from, and they could actually still explode in this game and get quite a lot of points on the board.
Yeah, good to see Hasselwood as well pick up a kill there. Lowest damage deal and newest member for Theerathon 5, so to get involved, find a kill, it just makes his presence more impactful on the team. And a bit more of a conventional game from Theerathon 5, as you were saying, rather than that kind of snowbally action from NGE, which in the end nets them 14 kills and a couple of placement points. They're probably not going to get the chicken dinner, but for T5, a lot of their points are still up for grabs in this game. There's not really a central location either with this kind of circle, phase 6 and around farm. So everyone's going to be playing the edge and then pushing in as they are then required to do so. T5 just clearing this edge now, and they're running in towards New House. Yeah, first aid kits goes off, but they got slight high ground. One's already knocked down. They've got the numbers. Really good position here, but guess what? They don't over-aggress. Theerathon 5, very professional outfit. They also know there's a couple of teams just to their south that could have a bit of an eye line on their location. So smart to not push over. If you haven't got that information, it can be quite risky. You don't know exactly what you're going to be looking at when you do peek that, and that does give the lower ground position a very tiny little chance to then fight back. By doing that, though, U-Dirt has been revived, and the 3 are up now for New House.
Yeah, Theerathon 5 looking like a team at the moment that do want to just go back to back, bearing in mind, obviously, they did win the Super Cup Summer back in 2023, so
they get the kills anyway.
Good start here as well, and they're continuing to put that pain in onto NHE. So very, very solid start indeed from Theerathon 5, and I mean, at the moment, I got to say they're feeling like a team that's actually going to pick up this game. 4-man Bo does get the feed.
Incredibly smart, though, from Theerathon 5 in that scenario, because they know full well that there's only 2 options that New House can do. Either push up the hill in towards T5, then T5 have advantage, or they try and rotate up north and out towards the field, in which case Theerathon 5 can play the house advantage, go up top floor, and then they can just shoot at them anyway. Now, the second one, of course, is a little bit more variance to that. Sometimes it's not always easy to hit those kind of shots, but there's 4 up, and it's a full car, and in the end, they do get the benefit from it. So, you know, they just played kind of the safer player. They get rewarded for it. Where they don't get the reward, though, Jordan, is phase 7, continuing to go out towards the east.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do here, though, because, like, obviously they're going to be aware that there's going to be teams down to their south. If they go in directly as the crow flies, essentially, they'll run into that last remaining member of NGE. So it's almost as if you do kind of want to trend north a little bit, but 4-man Bo ready, waiting for that one. Oh dear, it hasn't gone right for Theerathon 5. They kind of went for a bit of a 2-2 split there. 2 players committing, 2 players staying back. Rossiter Jr. might have actually ended up being a 3-1. I think Rossiter Jr. the one staying back, but yeah, they just didn't quite get a clean enough entry. Though, none of these kills have been confirmed just yet. So there might still be a world where Theerathon 5 actually keep 4 players up here. Rossiter Jr., though, has been knocked. But he's going to go down to the zone. So it'll be 3. Best case scenario for Theerathon 5 here. But it does look like it's going to be 3, which I guess all things considered, considering they had to make a pretty tough rotation, 3 at least is enough still to win this game, potentially.
3 and in. But as you can see from 4-man Bo, they've got pro. Best position,
sure.
best angle. Phase 8 would have to be very kind for T5. Basically has to go hard south and try and force 4MB out of that compound and go up. Also kind of, I'd say all of these teams now are in the same position, right? And they're all probably going to just sort of feast on each other. This is the kind of game where 4-man Bo probably won't get many more kills. EXO Clan's going to sweep. They'll push DK. Theerathon 5, I don't know how much room they've got to move. And maybe the smart move to start sending players down. Rayra, 4MB actually starts pushing out of the compound. He just pushes over, just collects himself a nice little 3K high commando. Last player standing for EXO Clan. Really, in this scenario, it is all just kind of about how many kills can we get from this final position. Probably unlikely to get the win. 7 kills, though, for EXO, considering they started very quiet in this game. Thanatel doesn't have the nades, doesn't have the utility he would like. Flash goes over, and eventually doesn't like what he sees, falls back, and obviously Pathampong's getting pressured from 4MB behind for our top 3 teams here.
Yeah, I think EXO is actually being saved a little bit by the fact that 4-man Bo has actually pushed out of their compound now and are starting to put that pressure onto Theerathon 5. Because, look, Theerathon 5, they could have easily pushed over the top there and dealt with EXO after those initial couple of knocks. Weren't really able to take that timing, though, and now they're between a rock and a hard place, in a sense, between 4MB and EXO. So Theerathon 5, they don't really have the ability to play proactively here. They kind of have to be reactive. And unfortunately, you'd expect it's not going to go too well for them, though. 4MB also putting some shots in onto EXO. And I do want to say quickly as well, that was quite nasty from Akita. Very good stuff from him. Has given EXO those extra points on the board that, look, while they, as you said, they might not win this game, they've certainly got some good points out of it, and Theerathon 5 slowly but surely are being whittled away just by virtue of being the team in the middle of the 2 remaining other teams. EXO have been under the pump as well, but they've got that benefit of being a little bit safer, right? So they can sort of cycle these revives, and unfortunately Theerathon 5 just don't have that luxury. So in all likelihood, this ends up might be looking like a 3-on-4 between 4MB and EXO. And I think a lot of that really comes down to what Pathampong decides to actually do here. If he pushes in the direction of EXO and maybe gets a knock, trades himself 1-for-1, obviously that's really bad news for EXO, and you'd expect 4MB to kind of just run away with things from there. But if he can keep his head down and EXO maybe have a little bit more room to work with around the side of this zone, then they can still challenge 4MB. Issue is they haven't been pushed out of that compound just yet, so they're also feeling quite comfortable right now.
Just as we reach the 30-minute mark, 8 kills now for 4-man Bo. Is he back up? And has half of those. Monty down to the blue, not ideal. Not sure how that happened. Maybe just a little back foot was in the blue at this point. Really hurt really quickly. He'll get revived, safe spot. Keita at the tree, makes contact, but it's never the nicest feeling to make contact in this kind of position. And there's Pathampong, pushes over towards EXO, and he just helps out 4-man Bo. I'm not even going to lie to it, and didn't even quite see who actually ended up finishing second there. It all happened so quick. I think it actually might have been T5. We'll have to wait and see. But 4-man Bo get the win nevertheless. 10 kills for them and a tremendous performance. EXO Clan, they were quiet to begin with, and then they got going as the game went on. New Generation, though, they were anything but quiet to begin, John. They actually started this tournament with a bang.
Yeah, stellar game from New Generation. I mean, look, there was definitely a world where it felt like maybe they were going to even go bigger, actually, than the 17 points that they did. I think they actually ended up getting knocked out. You know, I guess 5th is not super early, but, you know, maybe could have looked for a slightly higher placement based on how they were going. But, you know, I guess you live by the sword, you die by the sword, right? And they were taking plenty of fights. It was actually EXO in the end that did come away with 2nd place. 8 kills as well from them, so not a shabby game. 4-man Bo. I mean, 10-kill win, not a bad one at all, but it didn't really feel like a super dominant display necessarily from 4-man Bo. It was more like 4-man Bo, I should say, a bit more of a, you know, just like a, you know, like, look, the game, it helped them out a little bit, but at the end of the day, you do sort of have to take those opportunities and run with them, right? If you go into that game as 4-man Bo, you get those kinds of zones, you do want to be walking away with a win, and you do want to be walking away with a few kills. Not every game is going to go that way quite as easily for them. They're probably going to have to work harder in some of the future games coming through here, but at least when the situation presents itself, as we've seen, they're able to capitalize on that and start quite well. So quite a few positive signs for quite a few teams, but a few more that we need to keep an eye on and sort of question mark as we go into game 2.
Well, what a perfect way to start the PUBG Asia Super Cup. I don't think we could have asked for a better game, Jordan. We had NGE giving us all of these kills and action throughout the middle portion of the game, and some really iconic and conventional PUBG to close things out as well there from a couple of those top teams. 4-man boat, they get the first chicken dinner. We'll go to a short break. We'll see who can get the second one when we come back.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
An absolutely amazing start for us here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, Joe. We had it all, bit of action, some snowballing fights from the likes of NGE, and then obviously four-man Bo, EXO Clan. They were able to be a little bit more coy, a little bit more quiet to begin with, but then made their mark towards the end. Theerathon Five, maybe a little bit of a mix of both, if you will, and certainly a good start for those respective teams to begin for Group A versus C. Four-man Bo come away with the win. One thing I liked about them in terms of what they did from that particular game, at the last kind of, I think it was maybe phase 7, when there were still a couple of teams on that western side, they sent Ray out actually to kind of scout that edge, put pressure on those teams, so they weren't just sitting up holding inside of their compound doing just about nothing. They actually were a bit proactive, so certainly a good start for one of the 3 teams from Japan to pick up a chicken dinner to begin with.
Yeah, super solid stuff. I mean, the other teams, obviously, that we touched on, NGE, they kind of came out the gates really strong. One thing that I'm quite interested to see is how is that situation in Yasnaya going to go down, if it's going to go down again, because FTF, they kind of got blasted a little bit there, so didn't really get to play game 1. Are they going to try to recontest, or are they going to move on? We'll take a look at the top 5 players as far as the kills are concerned from that last game as well before we jump into the next one. And, well, a couple of the Theerathon 5 members up on top.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, a little bit surprising. I don't know exactly if this is true or not, because 1, we don't actually have any numbers here, but 2, NGE I felt was probably a little bit more involved in terms of kills and damage and things like that. So obviously not something that we can claim is accurate, unfortunately. I would say if we were to actually get the proper stats there, it'd probably just be filled with NGE, considering they had so many kills to begin that particular game. They were in the majority of the fights. As is the case with our map order, that's one done for Erangel, Jordan. We have another one to go, but this is also where we now begin the map shuffle. From here on, the next 4 games are 4 different maps.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know, how is that as far as the players are concerned, right? Because that's got to be a little bit quirky in terms of you start to maybe find your flow, you find your feet on Erangel, and then all of a sudden you're onto Tego, then you're onto Vikendi, and then you're onto Miramar. It's like, okay, well, you know, back to back, you're sort of changing things up. I think at this level, and especially with players that have been playing this game for as long as the majority of these guys have, it shouldn't really be too big of a deal. But, you know, something that I think, at least for us as viewers, kind of keeps things interesting. It's always nice to sort of see some changes as far as those maps are concerned and get onto a greener pastures, although I guess in this sense we are moving away from the greener pastures after this game, unfortunately.
It's interesting you bring up that conversation. I actually had a chat with Flood, and actually an interview that's coming out, I think, tomorrow. And one of the, I wouldn't say suggestions, but maybe in a more ideal world would be like, if you have 2 nights, you have like 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar, and then on the second night you have like 3 Vikendi, 3 Tego. If you want to actually bring in new maps and incorporate it properly, you go all the way, and you just go, and then that way you also get a little bit of that stability for the players and teams themselves. You know, into a particular night you're going to be spending the majority of your time on, say, just 2 respective maps, and you're going to get a lot of times on those maps. For now, though, we do get to go back to Erangel for our second game here of the Asia Super Cup, and we'll see who can take out, obviously, our last map of Erangel for the night. It's obviously still my favorite. I think for many it still is the OG. There's a lot of Miramar lovers out there as well, but I will say Tego has been a tremendous addition. I think it's actually been the best map since the OGs, and so I'd like to see more Tego. Vikendi, I won't shy away from it. There's a couple of things I'm not a fan of. I don't like the bears, I don't like the blizzards, but I think that it's fixable enough that you could get it to a really, really good point, and it's obviously a lot better than when Vikendi first originally launched many years ago. Nice straight plane path from south to north. Everyone will get what they kind of want to get from this one. For X-Men, they go straight towards the military base. NOSH will go towards Novo, and we'll see if we get any hot drop shenanigans here for game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking out for. Last game we had the west to east, or sorry, the east to west plane path, and now we have the south to north, as you mentioned. So, I mean, every opportunity for that hot drop over Yazzie to happen again, and it does look like that is going to be the case. I can see from the future heading in that direction. NGE might be looking a little bit better on this drop. I think they've just got a bit of a better distance. They're just a little bit closer to the ground. Is that going to make much of a difference? Well, we'll have to see whether or not they can go back to back. It is a little bit more of a spread this time, actually, from both teams, rather than all sort of grouping up over the same set of buildings. And Well, it seems like we're going to go the same way that we did last time around. FAP already getting one onto Delta Mix. And that was the first player that got knocked off from the Future last game as well. So poor old Delta Mix has literally probably spent, I don't know, maybe a grand total of like 60 seconds on the ground throughout today. Maybe a little bit more. I think it took him, a couple minutes to go down in the first game. But yeah, hasn't a particularly fruitful venture from the Future, this expedition into Yasnaya so far.
Obviously, NGE is certainly going to be a team that we'll keep a focus on for this particular game, especially to see if they can back things up. More importantly, with the fact that Phase 1 Circle is over their particular looting location, I imagine we'll get to see a bit of them. Although, in saying that, when you do have a circle like this, it can probably limit the amount of opportunities that you have in terms of pushing out, finding kills. They'll have, obviously, a lot more freedom and time inside of Yasnaya, but probably you don't want to spend too long looting in there. You still want to get to some really good locations and some positions, especially south base of Stalba, as we see XIEC Esports lose 6, 7, 8, 9 to a little bit of a stealthy man in the shed. Opon's a top quality player for QConfirm will confirm that particular kill, and a much better start for QC here, as they were actually shut out really early on in that last game. It was actually XIEC Esports that knocked them out. So, kind of bottom team from Vietnam, if you will, taking out one of the top teams from Thailand. Probably not the start that QC would have liked, but clearly able to redeem themselves nice and early here for game number 2 with 2 kills.
Yeah, and on their move pretty early as well. They are obviously fairly central on the map, so generally speaking, that Phase 1 circle is not going to be too much of a problem for them, and they recognize that if they move early, they can get into a pretty solid position before most teams. 4-man bow also on the move up to the yellows just south of Yasnaya, and looking to continue where they left off in game 1. It is a 2-2 split at the moment for 4-man bow, so a couple of those members still on their way, but should be getting there in no time. The only question is going to be whether or not Purple Mood spots those players out or tries to do anything a little bit interesting, but they're just going to go straight past. There are quite a few playable ditches around the place here for Yasnaya, but I'm just not sure they're going to be too keen on those until the zone starts to pull in. So it might just end up being a crash into Yasnaya, which is already starting to get pretty occupied.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the safe bet, right? Yaz's arguably the biggest city that you're going to have here on Erangel. There's enough room to fit probably all 16 teams, to be quite frank. It's not going to be easy. They'll be very much squashed in together. But there's also no reason to have 16 teams in there anyway at this point, especially Phase 1. So I'm a little surprised to probably see so many teams setting it into Yaz. But a large portion of that is, as weird as it is, we're almost reaching the 5-minute mark, and a lot of teams loot around here. So you would maybe anticipate some of the main dip spells, main compounds to be already taken. It's just easier to then just play the safe game, go into Yaz. The issue I have is getting out of Yaz. Like, if this flicks well off of Yasnaya, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, whenever, suddenly it becomes that bloodbath. How many times do we see when it goes to the South Yazzie fields, you see teams try and get the hay bale positions, the Wizzy Tower positions, and then those teams that are playing the apartments of Yaz trying to run out, you just never see them survive and make it to the long game. So in terms of short term, you do get the benefit of being quite safe inside of Yaz. Very difficult for teams to kind of push you and sweep the city. Most want to just kind of pick a building, sit in it. But I think in terms of long term, it doesn't usually bring you as many benefits as if you were to play outside of the city.
What's going on here? Long K is on the run, and he's being chased by a couple of the Buriram members. Kanaxi and Edie just, I mean, I guess they've recognized that he's super isolated. They're going to try and chase him down. How often do you see something like this? Like, there's not really that many places to go actually on this little peninsula, so I don't know that he's actually going to be able to get out alive, and I think that's part of the reason why Buriram is trying to chase him, right? Because Kanaxi here, he's just cutting straight across, and he's going to try and cut Long K off, but this is going to cost Buriram a lot of time. That said, it should almost guarantee them at least one kill point out of this one. And you got Nordra up on the northern side just watching to see whether or not anything's coming down, but yeah, I wonder where Long K is going to go with this, because there really is nowhere for him to go. He's kind of like a trapped mouse, a cornered mouse, and Buriram are circling. They're looking for him.
I think it's just a case of just kind of making sure that you don't come back to our area again. Why is Long K even there? The rest of his team's over towards the bunker. Well, they're eventually going to get him. Either shooting the vehicle itself, the US to blow it up, the tires get focused there, or actually just picking him out of the car. Nordra's not even bothered. He's still just kind of looting out on the western side of this area.
Nordra might be the one that actually ends up getting him. Oh, he stopped driving. Okay, never mind. Either way, yeah, look, he was done. Done like a dinner, unfortunately. So Buriram get their point. Is it worth the time that they spent? Maybe. I mean, they're an edge-based team as it is, so they don't necessarily feel like they need to crash into center and fight for those positions early. So take that free point when it's on offer. And we'll turn our attention back to what's happening a little bit more central in the map. PMA have set themselves up. Just watching for that rotation in from QConfirm. Who was it that was just lying in the grass there? Was that
Didn't
Opon's?
see.
I think it was Opon's dead body.
Oh, Opens is dead indeed. So it might be these two observations there made, Jordan. Well done. 2 kills for QC. Unfortunately, after that kind of semi-decent start that we kind of saw earlier, they've ran into some issues on the western side of Yasnaya, just near the pond. I think it's a couple of buildings they should be able to get into that obviously are open. They did go past them, the old yellows, but actually going to keep driving on up, maybe looking to make their way in towards the north side of Yaz, and that's not a place that is going to be a free sitting location with so many teams inside of Yasnaya. And Teddy, with all of the best angles here, gets the knock onto Leon. Smokes go out, but this is a perilous start now for QConfirm. How quickly these things can change. 2 kills early on, dealing with their neighbors near the drop, and getting a little bit of revenge onto XIEC, and now suddenly late rotate in bad position, lost a player on the rotate, another one gets knocked. It's all starting to fall apart. DK with the parachute pickup all the way from the southwest of the map, long way, I think almost basically Primorsk territory, and they get to drop all the way into a really good position. But right next to Monty is coming on in is Hoang, and Monty should be able to maybe hit a shot or two. There's one. Not the easiest of shots to hit this move, being targeted in the air, long distance now, and getting away, and will get away from Monty. Very fortunate he turned away in time.
I don't know, though, whether or not this is going to end too well for DK, because I'm just having a look at the map right now, and NHE are sort of on their way in this direction as well. I think they're going to pull up early. Seems like that'll be the case, but you could have potentially seen a bit of an awkward spot there for DK Gaming if they were, you know, quite split, quite isolated. Maybe one guy's just sort of landed in a field as a result of Monty's shots, and then NHE comes rolling up, but didn't end up eventuating. And now Daytrade having to make their way in as well. They're going to be spotted out by Patampong, who at this stage now is a very experienced member of this Theerathon 5 roster. He's been around for a couple of years.
Yeah, he has. He's still quite young, though, only 19, turns 20 in April, so I think he must have just become core when he became the correct age limit, whatever that was at the time.
Ooh, wow, that's a pull.
Yeah, that is indeed. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, phase 1, you get these kind of circles over Yaz, it's very tempting, send yourself in there early. Good luck coming out now, it's a bit of a logjam in there. I think 4 or 5 teams opting to head in. In fairness, I will say, after the initial 3 or 4 teams went in, there was no one else that really went towards Yaz night. I mean, you can see the north side apartments completely vacated, right? So there was even more space, even more teams that could have gone into Yasnaya, but the select few opting not to. NGE played it smart. They held that eastern side of Yaz near the police station. You can kind of exit the city a lot easier from that position. They were able to do that since they looted there, and they'll get to play this circle a little bit easier than, say, FTF. Purple Mood, QC over at the pond, bit of a rough rotate for them now. Daytrade as well at that bridge just south of the pond, bit of a tough one for them too. But anyone around Mansion, which is like NOSH and 4-man Bow, pretty happy with this kind of circle. And Skygarden actually completely open, and PMA have just driven straight past it into the eyes of EXO Clan.
Yeah, unfortunately not great shots really for EXO, and it was actually only 2 of the EXO members, so not really able to take advantage of that one. Couple of shots connecting, but not really quite enough focus fire there from EXO, with 2 of their members actually in the 2-2 split on the northern side of the road. So PMA do get past okay, and they're able to set themselves up fairly happily for the moment, occupying some pretty close proximity to NOSH, but both those teams seem to be pretty well aware of the vicinity of the other teams, so quite happy to just chill out for the moment. Most of the rotations have actually come through. I mean, the only one that we're really kind of still waiting on is Daytrade to make their way into the zone. Even the Yasnaya teams didn't really have to move necessarily. So they're kind of still in there as well, holding up the eastern side of Yasnaya.
Yeah, ambitious.
This is a nice place to be.
Yeah, good spot though. I love the position. I mean, you may as well fire a few shots, have some fun with the car 9, and probably drop it, pick something else up later on. PMA and NOSH very close by and able to just kind of utilize the rather decent side of Mansion. Should add, by the way, NGE are just probably dumbstruck. They're pushed in towards Skygarden, completely open, coming out of Yasnaya with how many teams got to rotate before them. And there's a fairly decent chance, considering there's water involved still, that it actually kind of shifts back out towards the west. I wouldn't be surprised if NGE by the end of this game end up in a really, really solid position. And a large reason for that is because everyone just rotated past Skygarden and they've completely left it open. So they're licking their lips with the rotate that they got here for phase 2, considering they were one of the teams in that logjam of Yasnaya. 30 seconds until phase 3, and I think pretty much everyone's quite grounded at the moment.
We might get a bit of a better idea as to what that's going to look like, though, when we do get the phase 3 shift. I think that will tell us a lot in 20 seconds. Whether or not NGE are going to be, maybe in with a chance of a pull going in their direction, or if they're just bang out of luck. Because, again, it could just completely pull off of them still and make it an impossibility. We're kind of just waiting now, as everyone's more than happy with their setup, at least for phase 2. Where's phase 3, though, going to go? And, well, I don't know about NGE. Maybe something can happen for them there if it was a southern pull from this position, but I mean, it's not awful. It's definitely not the worst of positions to be playing from, is it, right? You've got the high ground. You can scout out really what's happening around Yasnaya, what's happening all the way to the northern side, up in those fields as well. And that might be your rotation path for NGE, who presumably have already got quite a bit of information off of that because they were occupying that Sky Garden position for quite a while. So as you can imagine, they're on the move early and they've already identified where they want to end up, and it's just inside that compound out of Yasnaya. A good solid choice.
Yeah. And
fairly central at this point. So good fast rotation from NGE. They've got their fundamentals down pat.
And they get that because they would have scouted it early. So as soon as they would have got Sky Garden, they would have seen that building, kept eyes on it. Are there any cars, vehicles? Typically in this part of the game as well, when you're 14 minutes in, if there's no vehicles out there, it's very unlikely there's going to be a team. There's no movement, so they know what's open. They got to scout that because they got Sky Garden. I don't know, maybe they could have got vision of that when they're in Yas phase 1. Probably unlikely. So really good just scouting right now from NGE. So this is the thing, right? Sometimes you look at a team, game 1, like NGE, oh, they're going to get 14 kills. They're playing off their frag potential, but it's like, how are they getting these kills? How are they getting to these positions? Well, it's because of their ability to just scout. So whoever's the main scout on that roster is doing a tremendous job for them to begin the night. EXO Clan holding a 2-2 split, as we just saw NGE drive past them, as a whole bunch of teams drove past them, of course, for phase 2. They've elected to still maintain that split. There's no reason to change it just yet. And I will also say, for the majority of teams, Jordan, there's probably not enough reason to move. Daytrade have backfilled in towards Sky Garden, vacated by NGE. Outside of that, you've got the very southern teams of 4-Man Bow and Buriram. And that's it. Everyone else is in an okay position here for a phase 3 circle that can still shift anywhere. No one else is necessarily moving. The next logjam, though, is definitely going to be Mansion. PMA, NOSH, from the future, all in that location.
Yeah, next one's going to be a fun one, isn't it? Because, look, we've still got 16 teams alive at this point. In the previous game, we'd lost a couple of teams already. Things were starting to spread out a little bit, but now it's getting pretty tight inside of that zone. 4-Man Bow going to have a much more difficult time in game 2 in comparison to game 1. They don't have a central position. They're the last team that's rotating their way, and they're kind of doing the gauntlet run between multiple teams, and already 3 out of the 4 members on this rotation down below half, so it's not going to take much to knock them out of these vehicles. Dahlia's gotten past okay, but this looks like a pretty good spray from Bao. Won't quite be enough to find the killing blow initially until he gets 2 in a matter of seconds.
Wow.
He'll be finished off himself, but He's kind of ruined Four-Man Bo's game as well. And Dahlia will unceremoniously burn alive at the Molotov, tossed at his feet by Rossiter Jr., holding on to the Theerathon 5 building. So, yeah, pretty ill-fated rotation, unfortunately, for Four-Man Bo, and certainly haven't been able to recreate their heroics from game one.
Yeah, and it goes as well probably for XIEC on a lesser scale. Got the 4 kills, thought, hey, had a couple of good fights game one, but then, you know, you go out basically last place game two. So, you know, what kind of sets apart the really, really good teams, Jordan? It'll always be consistency, being able to mitigate these kind of games where you go out in second last or last place and you're able to, you know, capitalize on a more consistent basis. And that's, you know, usually what you'll find from the likes of your Theerathon Fives, your NGEs, your EXOs, for example, at least from this particular group that we've got here. Pong with a good chance to find knock on to Fluky. He doesn't get it though. That was close, and he's a little out of position, so immediately starts running back down the hill here as we begin the phase 4 push. It went up a little bit north, still around those kind of eastern Yasnaya fields. Jun with a good angle though, and actually Jun as well, really well positioned. So kind of like what DK are doing up on that northern side. Obviously Purple Mood are in their vicinity. They're aware of that, which is already half the battle. They got the massive bowl that they can play just to the south of them. Leon's creeping on up. Again, a reminder, Opons was originally lost on that very first rotation. And Demon with a nice little angle here over to the X-Men. We've just lost a man. It's Upchin again, similar to the last game. So X-Men losing players early in these fights. And Neurons with a good knock on to Leons. It's a solid start here for Daytrade on their push around Sky Gardens. QC is kind of going towards them. Pedret though with a knockback onto Flash, so it's 1-for-1.
Yeah, Daytrade going to need a little bit more than just that, though, because they're getting shot by multiple teams, so I don't think they're going to have a great time here, though. KDR, nice. Gets a clean couple of kills onto the X-Men and keeps it alive from the future. So Power with a big spray doesn't land enough to really trouble Buriram on their way north. They're going to run into DK on their way here, and this is not a position that they can actually hold up in. They're going to be fighting from the blue. It's what Buriram does best, but this might be a situation that is going to get the better of them. They might have bitten off more than they can chew. That nade looks good. Nordra, ooh, not quite going to eat it, though. The explosion looked pretty close. He's alive still. Buriram, I think, really relying on Can to open things up here, and this nade might have to be the difference maker. If he gets the knock, he does. There's still a chance in this one for Buriram to come out with maybe at least three players alive.
Oh, could actually knock down though, but Hoang Jun couldn't win that battle against Can. The young Prodigy was able to have an influence in this fight for Buriram when needed, especially with 2 already knocked. He goes up to 3 kills and really flexes his muscles and shows what he is capable of. Nordra, though, he just got tagged up and it's already in the blue. He has to stop and heal. Hoang, the rest of his team is gone, but he still remains to cause a little bit of mischief for Buriram United with that Mark 12, but a beautiful nade from Flucky. That's Purple Moon helping out Buriram with a big nade. Gets rid of Dankoa. Down to 10 teams remaining at the 20-minute mark as KDR has to fall back for FTF.
Well, in the eye of the storm at the moment for FTF. They've been given a brief moment of respite, which, as you said, is exactly what they needed, because 1 HP wasn't doing any favors either way. Fong Do able to get that knock, and the confirmed kill actually onto Jervis will be stolen away by Insight for EXO, who are putting together another pretty good game here. Again, sort of quiet start for them. But I think that's where EXO is able to do their best work. I mean, they've got 5 kills, I guess. I say quiet start. That's a bit of a lie, isn't it? We haven't actually really been watching too much of their perspective, I suppose. But, yeah, doing a pretty good job. And Purple Moon.
I just think they got a lot of their kills on rotates, to be fair. Probably why it seems a bit quiet, if you will. As Thunders might catch Nordra. Yep, timed him beautifully. To be fair, Nordra was a little bit more preoccupied with what was over that hill, and Thunders does clean up for Purple Mood. Done well to actually kind of win that battle up north. I thought originally they were not going to be able to compete against a couple of teams around them. Teddy finished off by Teddy. Don't see that too often. And we're down to our top 8, now 7, with Petret's elimination for QConfirm. Another kind of average game for QC. Not ideal start to the tournament for them. A team that's certainly capable of picking things up as they go along. New house now under a bit of pressure out at the eastern side. Got pressure from Theerathon Five along with EXO Clan, who's got eyes on this. Smoke out with a raid launcher. T1 706 though has now been knocked as well. Theerathon 5, this is where you've got to understand how do you want to play this location. You've got compound, but you also kind of want to get kills, and that's what Path and Pong and Thanatol were able to do. Up to 4 now for Theerathon 5, along with basically prior building. They are in a really solid position to have another really solid game here on Erangel.
Yeah, that was a great toss by Pat and Pong, by the way, that nade that managed to get the kill onto You Dirt. Thunders, need to be a little bit careful on this skylining position because there is a bit of a crossfire actually established for Unicorn Cyber, though they really don't have too many opportunities to choose when their fights happen, and that will surely be their undoing. Purple Mood can just continue to pop up and down from all different positions and cause huge problems. Things are slowing down a little bit for UNC, which is, I suppose, nice. Flucky, not too sure which direction to look at. Does get popped by Destroy, but the trade is in there. Good spacing from Purple Mood as Thunders is able to at least ensure it's a 1-for-1. And now it's on to Demon solo. He's even getting shot in the back by Pat Pong. Has to get on a move and doesn't quite manage to get that shot on to Esquiluja, though I think he was a dead man either way.
Yeah, really good effort, though, from Unicorn Cyber. Like, the fact that that fight was going on for that long just says everything about their willingness to try and push, survive, make everything a possibility by just not giving up on the scenario. Blue Zone nade on their location forces them into a worse spot. They've got low ground advantage. They can't really push up that hill very quickly either. It's such a steep hill, that bowl. And yet, despite that, they were still doing quite well to get a couple of knocks, be in the fight. And credit to Unicorn Cyber. So far, a good start for them on Erangel. 14 points from the 2 games. And I'm not going to get eliminated. It's Hakai, and that gets the kill for New Generation. And I will say, one thing to note, outside of Foreman Bo Jordan, EXO Clan, New Generation, T5, all alive and all had massive Game 1 performances. So it's going to be slightly top-heavy to begin. Night 1 only, sure. But this is how you basically create a top-heavy lobby, is starting the way we have for the first 2 games here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a point I wanted to make actually a little bit earlier, that it does feel like, you know, 3 of the teams, being EXO, NGE, and Theerathon 5, have kind of started to pull ahead of the pack already with some pretty consistent games. And not only that, but also the eye test is looking good for those 3 teams as well. So, scary prospect for the rest. That said, though, EXO, again, haven't really been done any favors with that zone shift, and I don't think that they would have expected to have been, but they have lost Monty, and they might lose another 1 or 2 members for their troubles. They're going to try to play behind the rock, but there's just nowhere really to go. Inside, into the smoke. Survives for now. Can't get the res onto Akita. He's been finished off. Heikeman gets knocked as well by Hakai of NGE. There was really, unfortunately for EXO, nowhere safe that they could have ended up. The crossfire between NGE and Theerathon 5 was just a bit too brutal.
Yeah, unfortunately at that point as well, where if you try and go for a wrap in the blue, try and maybe come in on the backside or compound, you're just going to take so much damage from the blue anyway. And there's probably not a lot that EXO really could have done from that scenario. Best case of any kind of scenarios, get to some rocks, set up some car forts, some smokes, try and salvage it, then get a couple of knocks and push out from there. But the issue more than anything is the fact that they were in this crossfire, as you can kind of see from New Gen's perspective, along with T5, and even more coupled with the fact that they kind of split the kills a little bit too, those 2 teams respectively. So down to our final 3, Purple Mood, done well coming in from the north side. NGE, we mentioned them at the start of this game, Jordan, obviously inside against Naya. They were able to push into Sky Garden, scouted quite well for their next location. They've had arguably a perfect game. And obviously for Theerathon 5, I'd say probably a very similar conversation would be had for them. 2 teams along with EXO that have started tremendously here on Erangel to begin night 1 of the Asia Super Cup. Thunders is gone. Hung Photo able to get that one, and yeah, I mean, 1 more left for Purple Mood. The real battle is soon to begin though between T5 and NGE. Yeah,
that's the big one, isn't it? Esquiluja could still play a part in this game though, and is kind of trending actually in the direction of Theerathon 5 at the moment. Will be pushed in by the zone. Just trying to keep his head down and let this fight play out, and maybe see if he can pick off another player or potentially even rat out some extra placement points. But yeah, NGE, I mean, they're looking to take some control of the zone, aren't they? But they have given up players. Nice trade back, though, from Fap. Great shot onto Rossiter Jr. Patampong's going to have to come across to try to save the day, but the nade is in, and that could be a 2-for-1 special from Fap if it's a good one. Not quite. Doesn't go long enough.
Oh, the second one also falls short. I thought Fap, although is able to get Thanatol, who pushed right up to Fap. That is an aggressive play from Thana. Makai has spotted Escalusia, headshot, and he is low and close to that blue. Has to hug the tightrope, and he eventually can't hug it any longer and falls to the blue. Third place for Purple Moon. Fap has just put in a massive performance right now at this rock. Those original nades fell short of the mark, but the gunplay from him has been perfect. Patampong, last one standing at the rock. Not exactly the known frag of Theerathon 5. That's usually Thanatol, usually Rossiter Jr. And he has to now clutch up big in a 1v4 prone. Does he spot him in the grass? He does. The Fap will lose his life, but Patampong already with the blue at his back and no utility remaining. It's only flashes remaining. Smoke's gone, Molly's gone, frag's gone, and the final first aid kit at this point may as well die to blue. That nade has got his name on it in the Death Wish, as the spray can't convert from Hungvo Ditch to get the kill. 10 kill win for NGE, backing up a very solid game one, and they should be taking the lead, you would imagine, to begin after 2 games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Definitely felt like something was brewing for NGE in game one, and they weren't quite able to convert on that. You know, they had a really crazy early game. They got into a lot of fights. I mean, as we said, live by the sword, die by the sword, but as evidenced with the eye test, they looked like a super solid squad, and they've been able to come here into game 2 and have an even more impressive performance, dare I say. 10 kill win for them as well, but you got to give some credit to Theerathon 5, right? Back-to-back super consistent performances from them. EXO as well inside the top 4 here as well. So for them, you know, they were one of the other sort of, I guess, the big 3 teams, if we're going to go with that so far. NGE, Theerathon 5, EXO, feeling like, at least based on those first 2 Erangel games, they're the consistent forces for today. But yeah, NGE, great start, and without a doubt looking like one of the scariest teams in this lobby.
Yeah, I think that we've pretty much labeled that quite well, from pre-match discussion to game 1 to discussion, now to game 2 discussion. They've set themselves up early that they are one of the teams to beat for this tournament. And I guess that would have been the case, really, from the fact they were the 3rd best team in the Vietnam series, right? They're always going to be in that conversation, you know, powerhouse of a region. So it's clearly a great start for them. The question marks now will simply be, how long can they kind of keep this up? Is this going to be a tournament-wide domination for them? Is it maybe just Erangel? We don't know. The beauty of having multiple maps, Jordan, now, obviously from a viewing standpoint, is seeing whether or not these teams can be consistent across all of these maps. And it gives other teams now maybe an opportunity for a better experience on something new. That new will be Tago when we come back from the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
started off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza, it's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better for Irrelevant. Great spotted, top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Xavage. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! Certainly a start to the Asia Super Cup that we were hoping for, Jordan. All the action on Erangel, as we typically expect from arguably the best map. And obviously for New Generation, our early highlight, and well, I guess Theerathon 5, both coming to fruition and both having a great start to this tournament. Obviously, though, we kind of change up the maps now. We go into this little map rotation. Taego into Vikendi, into Miramar. And this is where it can maybe throw a spanner in the works for some of these teams that have had some consistency on Erangel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of those teams, obviously, NGE started very, very well in game one. Thought they were looking pretty damn solid there, and then they were able to follow it up with the dub, actually, on game two. So they're sort of feeling, at the moment, like the front runner for the first couple of games. You know, four-man bow, they had a good start there on Erangel as well. It wasn't exactly like the explosive win, maybe, that we would have got like super pumped about necessarily, and they certainly weren't able to follow suit in game two. So they kind of fell off the pedestal pretty quickly. But the teams that I'm kind of looking at here going into Taego, obviously NGE, definitely one of them. Theerathon 5, they've felt like a very consistent force, and they've been looking pretty intelligent with their rotations throughout Erangel. And I think EXO as well have been kind of quietly plugging away. I don't know that they've done anything necessarily that's gone, you know, super crazy or anything like that. Akita had a nice like three-man sort of kill. What do you want to call it? Little pop-off moment, I suppose, in game one, but didn't necessarily see too much that was like, oh wow, EXO's going to like dominate this game. Going through, but they have been plugging away. They have been looking really consistent, really solid. Their positioning later into the games has been quite good as well. I think they've just been a little bit unlucky with some of those circle shifts, and maybe Taego will be a little bit more kind to them.
And we'll have to see. We go to Taego now for what will be our third match of the night, and by the end of it, will be the halfway point. It goes by pretty quick when we have some fun games. Hopefully Taego will follow suit. Typically does, Jordan. I like it as a map. I think it's also the kind of game, or kind of map, if you will, that provides a lot of these kind of like tree line fights. There's just a lot of that kind of skirmishing that can happen out into the, I wouldn't say fields, but more trees probably. And then I think there's elements of Erangel in that at times as well. Lots of good cities as well that you can play out of, and typically the kind of map too where you can see a lot of rotational fighting. It's probably got a good healthy mix of Erangel and Miramar's styles, and I think really has solidified itself as a really good map in the PUBG ecosystem.
Yeah, definitely. Nice map to look at as well. I think that's always a bonus. I mean, I'm a fan of the greener maps. I don't know about you, but I know Erangel is definitely one of your favorites, so maybe something in that one as well. Visual appeal. Either way, let's see how things do play out. Can NGE, Theerathon 5, and EXO kind of keep up that consistency? I mean, will four-man bow be able to kind of run it back after game one, or will they continue to slip? And then again, for some of these other teams that, you know, in days of old, we would have been highlighting, I dare say at this point, after 2 games in the day, Buriram, Daytrade, right? These would normally, a couple of years ago, been 2 of the teams at the top of the scoreboard, occupying those positions that NGE and Theerathon 5 were, but not so the case for them today. Daytrade in particular have had a very rough day, and 0 points on the board out of 2 games. Need to start turning things around pretty quick, otherwise they're going to fall away from the pack.
Yeah, Daytrade unfortunately fell off a bit in the old PUBG Thailand series, phase 2 at the back end of last year. I don't think it was the best of times for them. I think it was 6th place overall for a team that has, you know, largely stayed the same as well. I think it's just been a natural sort of regression is probably the right word, unfortunately, for them. So, yeah, we'll see if they can maybe turn things around. But 37 points behind New Generation doesn't leave a lot to be desired. It's, you know, Suke has been eliminated for NOSH. They got themselves an early little battle with New House. And this is also the other factor we didn't kind of touch on with the likes of Taego, Vikendi. Yeah, teams have got drop spots, but then that's one thing. The other part of it too is rotations, and like understanding sort of how teams are going to be rotating out of particular locations takes a little bit of learning, takes a bit of time. And again, when you only play a select few amount of Tagos and Vikendis, it's really hard to kind of get that really in the sort of long-term memory framework and understand everything as well as you do on Erangel and Miramar. So that's always something to kind of keep in mind with these particular maps, probably more so Vikendi than Tago. I think at this point, Tago's been in quite a bit longer. We do have a eastern side circle, so we don't go to the northwest island. We don't go to the secondary. We go to the main island, and that's pretty much where EXO Clan actually really, an amazing spot. They get the pick of the litter as to where they kind of want to play. There's a really nice kill you can play off right on the north side of Can Yuang, and obviously PMA are right there, and I think they're scouting it first. So despite the fact that EXO Clan are in the city next to it, PMA have rotated really early, and I think they're going to get the main hill.
I mean, it might not be the craziest of things, though, for EXO. They know that backside behind them is completely clear, right? So if they really more than happy to just sort of play on that edge, knowing or fairly safe in the knowledge that the zone's not going to completely pull away from them, given that they are still quite central inside of that circle. They might not be too disappointed with their position as is, and not to mention that also it's going to give them quite a bit more looting time as well. They sent Monty and Insight up to the airport, and High Command still just going to be looting while it looks like Akita locking things down in a bit more of a central location. So yeah, I don't think EXO particularly concerned about that at this point in time. And they might even now be aware of PMA in their vicinity, a couple of shots getting fired off. So they're really relying on that information coming through as well. So good start, obviously, for EXO. They'll be very happy with how things have been shaping up today. And I guess, yeah, I mean, to tie back into that conversation that you were sort of bringing up a little bit earlier there, while things look pretty quiet, it's an interesting topic as to whether or not, should you have just like 2-1-1-2 every day, or should you have a day where maybe you have 2 Tagos and then the next day you have 2 Vikendis, or vice versa, or whatever. I think certainly from a player's perspective, I can imagine that having to prepare for all 4 maps every week will put a bit of an extra onus on the time investment that you're going to have to bring. Whereas if, maybe it was only 3 maps, or potentially even, 2 maps per week, and then, the other 2 maps the next week, like you could dedicate a little bit more time to focusing on specific maps, and I think that could potentially be a little bit better for the players. But again, I'm not a player. I don't necessarily pretend to know the ins and outs of preparing week to week, and I guess at the end of the day, the reality is you kind of just have to make do with the situation that is presented to you. So as it is right now, they have to prepare for every map every day, but they only get to play 1 Tago, and yeah, we could see some wilder stuff on this end, Vikendi.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I mean, I think, again, chatting with Flood, the discussion kind of around maps and such was that when Tago initially kind of came in, and it was kind of that solo map in between, we went to 5 maps, 2 Erangel, 1 Tago, 2 Miramar. It was, they probably didn't put as much stock into Tago as you would want teams to probably hope to do. And the reasoning simply is it's only 1 game. To have to put so much time into learning the map to such a high degree compared to Erangel and Miramar. If you kind of look at the amount of games overall for a given tournament, say you play 40 games, if 30 to 35 of those are going to be on 2 maps and 5 to 10 of those are on 1 map, you know where you're going to kind of put your time into first. So but as we progress and we get more maps and the structures kind of change, like at this point now you can't ignore it. 2 games every night for Vikendi Tago. You've got to be able to know these maps pretty well to a high level, and a good opportunity to get points. As so again, we see RXC getting involved nice and early. Just nade in hand of 6, 7, 8, 9. We didn't see if that got thrown or if it had an impact. Yukon Cyber, yeah, shaky start for them, a little bit up and down. Up into the 5th place though, 14 points. To be fair though, 14 points really does separate them from the rest of the lobby, because it's turned into a quite top-heavy lobby from the first 2 games of Erangel. I do assume, and it's just guesswork, that Tago and Vikendi will shake that up a bit. I think that's just natural. Nice shots from Kobe. He really just kind of sent Nessie back in towards that vehicle and away from wanting to continue taking that fight, especially with Ryu already down. I think they're going to be able to maybe help him out. No, he's just going to die. I didn't actually see what happened there. He wasn't a vehicle, but either way, he's going to go down at 6, 7, 8, 9. RXC will collect another early kill. That's something they've been able to do now across Erangel and now into Tego. Start well, get a couple of kills. It's all about, though, the consistency. Can they keep that up? Can they find a way to also live a little bit longer? Start getting some placement points.
Well, NGE, one of the teams that we highlighted coming into this game with good reason. They've looked really good today so far. Both games on Erangel, full of kills, and the second game as well. A nice dub on the board. And they managed to negotiate themselves into a fairly central compound pretty early on in the piece. So again, at least a decent start on paper here for NGE in our third game of the day here on Tego. Fab was the standout in the last game. I think he really popped off in the final stages there. Very impressive individual performance that might have arguably been the reason actually that NGE got over the line. Still got
three 3 points for X-Men. I was going to say that they've been a little bit involved in some of these fights, especially up Chen, but have been on the wrong side. So it's a matter of can they kind of flip that tail a little bit, flip that script. It's fine to be in these fights. We've seen that from the likes of NGE. And I think this is a good map to be a team that likes to scrap and likes to fight and snowball from fight to fight. I think Tego serves that quite well. So maybe an opportunity for the likes of X-Men and maybe even like QConfirmed as well. 3 points from the first two games for a team that finished fourth in the tire series at the back end of last year. They were also top 3 for kills. So they're a team that likes to fight too. So on a map like Tego, and especially then going into Vikendi, kind of hoping that we might see QConfirmed also start to really flex their muscles as a decent fragging team. You know, Opon's had the most kills overall in the Thai series, so you know what we can kind of get from them. The only issue with QConfirmed, and we're probably seeing it a little bit here, is they didn't survive very long. 7th for placement points. So yeah, unfortunate for them that they've kind of continued that trend here.
I don't know if this is going to go well for Monty. He's in the middle of 4 RXC players. I don't know if they actually spotted him on that drive-by. If he gets out of there, I think he has gotten out of there, by the way, just having a look on the map. That's crazy for Monty. Well done to survive. Anyway, NG just locking down their position, making sure everyone knows that they exist, and still waiting for a couple of those rotations to come through. NOSH and NHE still up on the northwestern island, so they've got a bit of a ways to go, but they're starting to make their way down now. NGE not really up to too much, and there's Monty. Nice and alive, so he did manage to get out of, well, I thought what looked like a sticky situation, but I don't even know if RXC was really 100% aware of where he was. And there goes Flash.
Ooh, almost went Nurids as well. And it was kind of a 50-50 battle with him and Kanaxi. Kanaxi's done all right here with the SLR. Nurids is now in a world of bother. This is a disaster start for Daytrade. He's the last one alive. They're on 0 points and about to be 0 points from 3 games unless he gets the kill onto Edie, which he had an opportunity. 1 HP. 1 health point away from getting their first point. And now they walk away with no points. 3 games in. And it's a disaster start for Daytrade Gaming. And that is a crazy circle out towards the far east into no man's land. Happy for EXO that they didn't go to that main hill near Ken Yuang. It's not ideal for PMA. They would have liked to see a bit of play on that hill. And a lot of teams now having to rotate. And I am expecting Phase 2 might just kick off more fights than what we would usually see.
Yeah, this could get really messy. I mean, there's no doubt about it, right? You talk about what is actually playable terrain in this zone, and you can pretty much cut, what is that, probably 40% of the zone away, like just purely because it's outside of the bounds of the map. So, I mean, not to mention, obviously, the fields and such, but like, try to fit the same amount of teams in 40% less of the space, things like this are going to happen, and Monty, well, he got away with it a little bit earlier on, but not this time around. Purple Mood will finish him off, and it'll send EXO packing in a different direction. Insight trying to find some revenge, but it's just not an angle, unfortunately, for him. And here comes NHE. They're going to try to land on top of RXE's compound. They don't have too many options. They've come in really late, but this might not be the worst of the choices, actually, because RXE are down a member, and NHE are doing a number onto them. They have lost Neil T in this expedition, but otherwise it's going okay so far.
You do on the drive, and an opportunity for another new house, and RXC scrap. It's going to be an easy flush onto Danahan. Okay, though, he's knocked by Edie, so that's a third party. Buriram's got eyes on this. I don't know if they'll push it, but they might just continue to fire shots with the DMRs, get some shots in the back. Can gets the kill onto Long K. I mean, 3 kills for Buriram, no risk, but high reward. Nade from Udirt goes in through the window, well cooked, well primed, and gets the reward with the knock onto Kobe. Just one left now for RXC at 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, it's similarities from Erangel. That's all I can say for them. Start well, get a couple of kills, and then all falls apart around the 12 to 15 minute mark for XIEC Esports. It's going to be another game of no placement points, but involved in these little fracas.
Yeah, probably not where they'd like to be quite honest with you. But yeah, in the end, NHE, what started kind of okay has ended up being pretty unfortunate in the end, really. It's just the one player alive, Udirt. So best case scenario for him now is to just try to keep his head down and probably hope that no one's going to head in this direction. But it's a fairly tantalizing looking couple of buildings, and Buriram are certainly sniffing around. Can, on the backside of that engagement, would have seen what was going on and might be communicating to Buriram that this is a potential rotation option if we need it. I think Buriram will be more than happy to head in that direction if the circle goes central or northern. We talked about PMA would have wanted to sort of lock down that hill position. They've actually been forced into the town now, and they've run into DK, but so far so good for them. Still 4 up and getting those knocks across. Looking fairly solid in this game so far.
Yeah. Of course, PMA ended up going to PGC via the point system from the Master League. We weren't able to make the grand finals, but a good experience that you get whenever you can go over to that level of an event. ADR. Well, this is interesting though, because Blue at the back and moving, but takes the shots maybe when available, and they certainly were there momentarily onto Teddy. He does get away. Now you've got to move. Force them back into the building. You're in a pretty tricky little situation on the south side of the city, out in the outskirts with the Blue at your back. Now's your chance to move anyway. So I guess in that situation, you take the shots for 2 reasons. One, either you get a knock kill, whatever, understandable. But then 2, you kind of force them back into the building. You then can move a little bit easier, but they don't opt to move. Now they will get in the vehicle and make their way over towards Teddy and Man, cross the road, and hopefully get their way into the next circle here for what's turned into a very fascinating Tago. And a drop down for NOSH as well. Parachute pickup for them. They'll go north side in the fields. A couple of teams already in and around that location. As nice of a rotation system as the parachute pickup system is, there is one issue with it, Jordan, is that you're very vulnerable to everyone else as you do land. So you've got to be very picky with where you choose to land.
Yeah, and the smaller the circle gets, the more...
And there they go. There's 2 dead.
Yeah, the more people, the more players are going to be looking in your direction, and the more likelihood that someone's going to land a shot. So... Anyway, we'll touch back in with Theerathon 5, who continue with their impressive run today. Another late stage situation. Well, I say late stage, it feels like a late stage situation, but really we're only 15 minutes into this game. But they've got 4 players alive, right? And so they're keeping themselves relatively healthy. They've cleared out a fairly sizable chunk of the zone on the north western side. Theerathon 5 continue to look good tonight. And they're the one of the 3 that we spoke about, with NGE having already been eliminated in this game, EXO having already lost a player, though having set up quite nicely centrally, who do look quite strong actually in this game. So credit again to Theerathon 5. We'll see if they can continue with this good run and convert yet another solid performance, or potentially even maybe put their first win on the board.
Yeah, I really want to see what QC do here. Really good fragging team. That's a wonderful nade. Haribo, he's just watched that go quite literally over his head and watched it the whole way through. More to come, though, and a lot more. Cheeks in blue zone nade thrown out as well. And it's just about holding on for dear life here for Haribo and Notyan. And holding on for dear life, because I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on to it for very long, because QConfirm have got more than enough utility to flush them out, but they haven't been able to connect, at least not well enough. To be fair, tricky. With these hay bales, you can kind of maneuver around them to avoid these nades. It's not as if they're just sitting out in the open. So even if one lands in the middle, Jordan, you can kind of just pivot right or left to get behind a hay bale, and you're going to be more than fine. So not the easiest of locations to actually clear out.
Yeah, it's not as if NOSH are really going to have to move at this point. Or I guess we'll see in 5 seconds where that zone's going to go, but I can't imagine it completely pulls them out of their position, and it certainly doesn't. So they'll be happy enough to keep their heads down. And I guess now with that kind of a zone shift, QConfirm probably have a little bit more to worry about in comparison to what's in front of them. They have to sort of be aware of what is behind them. Unicorn Cyber, see where they end up going, but they might end up being a thorn in the side of QConfirm that is going to draw some of that attention away from NOSH and give them a little bit of a respite. Either way, from the future on the move here, do run into Nordra, and Buriram have got another point on the board. This is starting to look a bit more like it for Buriram. They lost Edie early on, but they're still fragging quite nicely on the outskirts of this zone.
Yeah, Kanaxi doing his job really well there. Just plays anchor on the south side. DMR watching over the hill, allows Nordra to push up, knowing full well that obviously if you're Nordra in that situation, no one can be behind you. You're being watched and you've run from that direction anyway. But no one's also coming from your right or your left because of blue zone and because Kanaxi is watching. So that's just a free push up, play off the information that Kanaxi is providing, and that's just the support doing his job really well, and a fragger being able to benefit from it.
Well, from the future do have to make their move. Not a bad place to pull up. Fair bit of terrain to work with here. The rock, the little defilade in front of them should keep them safe for the moment. And this is what we were expecting from Day Dot, really. U-Dirt, I mean, Buriram just knew. They knew that he was kind of isolated. They knew he was solo. And so they're going to take that compound away from him at some point. And, well, now is that point. There wasn't really much that he could do, unfortunately. But a good call from Buriram. They had that sort of plan in mind, I think, from 5-10 minutes ago, which is always a nice spot to be in. Yeah,
they've really calculated this game pretty well. And as you said, this is probably the Buriram that we usually expect. And certainly playing a little bit more like it. Good little battle here between Theerathon Five, Purple Mood. Would love to see how this sort of plays out. Obviously for T5, one thing that's kind of shown so far, back on Erangel and kind of even now on Tego, is their willingness to be patient. They don't rush these situations. If they kind of like the spot that they've got, they'll play it. 2-1-1 split with Pathampong and Thanadhol holding sort of these back angles, allowing Hatzawat and Rossiter Jr. to play at the front quite freely, knowing well that teams aren't going to push them because they're obviously being watched by the two other members. PMA towards the southwest and close by to From the Future. Teddy just trying to find some information here with the Mark 12, and it has a little bit of eyes on DK, EXO Clan, and FTF as well. So PMA's got some really good info to play off from here. The question is, what do they actually go and do? Do they want to push? They're inside of the circle, don't have to move, you can play the rocks, see what happens. If other teams start fighting, you can be the one that third parties, rather than push in first, start the fight, and then say like a DK pushes in behind you in third parties. We know that probably won't happen. They've only got the two players. PMA probably don't know.
We've been waiting for that Theerathon 5 dub all day long, it feels like. First two games, they were good. Third game here, nice circle shift for Phase 5. Might give them exactly what they need. That nade enough to actually catch KDR. And then a follow-up onto I Am Pete as well. It's all starting to become a bit of a problem here for From the Future, who are trying to survive against PMA. It's a bit back and forth at the moment. KDR going to be rezzed behind that smoke. And in the meanwhile, Teddy will try and push forward and see if he can catch PMA off guard with a bit of aggression. So far, not quite too much success there. And I can see in the kill feed as well, Rossiter Jr. has dropped onto the ground. So Theerathon 5 maybe under the pump here as well.
Yeah. Quiet game for EXO again early on. This time they haven't been able to pick up kills on the rotate. And Lunlun does at least get one. Teddy, I think this is the smart play. A bit of counter aggression. It's just unlucky that Jun has also got an angle for DK. That is so unfortunate. I think he's made the absolute right play there in a 1v1. Good flashes, knows he's at the rock. You're out in the open. You want to make a push there, but yeah, obviously there's just that third party from a long distance away. And PMA also don't really live to celebrate anyway. They too fall and they don't get any placement points. And that is our top 8 here for Tego. And it's not too dissimilar to the top 8 that we've been seeing from Erangel. If you look at the top 8 leaderboard, Jordan, it's only 4-man Boa and NGE that are out, QC and X-Men that are in, and probably not a surprise that QC are in. I don't expect them to be down for long. This is a team that I think just barely missed out on PGC. It was like 20 points or so away from being able to go. They're a top ranking team. The only issue they have is, ironically, making it to the end game, which they've done so here in this match with 4 players alive. So I mean, this is where they've really got to capitalize.
Well, luckily for them, Unicorn Cyber are a little bit more preoccupied with X-Men, because Unicorn Cyber could also be a bit of a problem for QConfirm. Tananol from Theerathon 5 will hold his shots onto Nordra until he feels he has a good opportunity. The smoke enough there for Nordra to just duck into and survive. Oh, this is going to get messy though. Pain doesn't quite manage to take advantage of the initial shot there onto Unicorn Cyber. I really thought something more was going to come from that, and well, it might still as Hudat starts to push his way forward.
Oh, good shot. Pain, clean. That was actually really sharp and probably needed it too, because the pressure is really on X-Men, and so far I'm back on Erangel. They weren't winning a lot of their fights, but against a team like Unicorn Cyber, they're doing a really good job. Demon, Hudat, Destroy, they were hitting some good shots back on Erangel. They got 14 points, but they are not doing as well in this particular fight, and only just down to Demon in the blue, coming in now to try and salvage this one, and he's done just that, but he can't also live to tell the tale. And kind of like our earlier fight with PMA, they don't really get to celebrate, Jordan. They technically get the win, but it's kind of a technicality.
Yeah. Look, at this point, I really feel like this is Theerathon 5's game. They've looked so good over the first couple of games, and it just feels like they've been building towards something. Something's been brewing for Theerathon 5, and now they've got themselves a really favorable late-game position. 4 players alive, zone heavily favoring them. I don't know, I suppose you'd probably prefer to be in QConfirm's shoes at this point in time. Just on that northern side of the road feels a little bit more comfortable, given that obviously you have Buriram and EXO coming in from the south. But Theerathon 5, a good enough team, I'm sure, to still try to find a way to make this one work. Opon's not able to land shots there with the MK12, but either way, as long as QConfirm can kind of keep all 4 members up here, they're in with a really good chance of knocking this one over as well.
And this is where the patience for Theerathon 5 has its benefits. Good positioning, a couple of crates in their location. Nordra, though, creeping up. Insight's been spotted. Nordra's probably not wanting to mess this situation up. He really does need... Oh, okay, Galaxy's been knocked. He's got to trade that. Oh, my goodness! Insight! Flick headshot onto Nordra. He winds back the clock to the old days, presses the shadow play, and puts that in the highlight reel. That is a massive moment there from Insight for EXO Clan. And just when it seemed like EXO, Jordan, were maybe having a little bit of a quiet game, you thought T5 were in the best position. Well, EXO, sadly, I mean, they've only got the 3 players, but their position's not awful, and they're involved in this match again.
No, I mean, and again, that's kind of been the story for EXO over the course of today, hasn't it? They've never looked like the team that's in the pole position to win the game, but they've always been hanging in there in the late stages. Another top 5 finish for EXO, bare minimum here, and look at make it a top 4 if they can just find Jund here from DK. He's keeping his head down for the moment, but yeah, I mean, look, I don't mind the shout for EXO here. I'll still probably back Theerathon 5 or QConfirm over EXO in this case, but you know, a top 3, top 4 for EXO would continue a very good day, and you know, they maybe feel a little bit disappointed that they haven't had the ultimate success of finding a win, but as long as we can keep that scoreboard ticking over, then in a pretty good spot here, and EXO with 4 kills. Keeping themselves in the conversation. Jund down to a sliver of HP, but he'll survive inside that smoke for now until Akita spots him. There you go, top 4 now for EXO, secured +1 kill as well, and they have to turn their attention to what is in front of them, and that is Theerathon 5. Unfortunately, they can't get the knock onto Hatsawat, because that really might have opened up a rotation for them, but still 4 players up for Theerathon 5.
Oh, Hike is spotted. To the junior. Has the angle, although shots back land, and he's now low. Forced back. Hatsawat, though, hits the head of Hike event. Not sure if he's in range, in sightline to be flushed and finished off. Akita on his body, suggesting to me he should be able to get that revive. Insight a little bit more of the front man. Again, T5 in such a good position. You got to think about who's the more likely threat. It's QC. QC have to cross road with very little info. So it's very unlikely you would imagine that they would do that, especially if they did do that, Purple Mood would punish them. So this really does kind of feel like a fight that EXO have to play and win by themselves. They are not going to get help from the likes of QConfirm here unless they get really greedy, hear the shots, and feel like they can be a third party here in the late game. But they're pushing a lot closer to Purple Mood, closer enough that the start of the fight, and Thunders had picked up too. Yeah, indeed, we've basically got 2 1v1s.
Yeah, this all really starts to blow open, doesn't it? Purple Mood, they're going to want to try to capitalize on this advantage that they've got. And meanwhile, obviously, Theerathon 5, they're a bit preoccupied with what's happening here against EXO, who are doing a really good job. 2 members of Theerathon 5 now down on the floor. One finished off there by Insight. Akita will be dropped. Patampong should be able to get the flush onto that as well. And so everyone's losing players all over the place. And it really has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. Every single team down to at least a wounded roster. Hard to say who walks away with the win now.
Yeah, I mean, but that makes it a little bit more exciting. I think the first 2 games on Erangel, not that it was a foregone conclusion. I think those particular games was a bit easier to maybe understand who was going to win. Pedret gets finished off. Down to EXO, Purple Mood, and Theerathon 5 here for game 3 on Tago. 3 of our top 4. NGE sitting on the sidelines as they went out really early. Patampong, ambitious Nate, not a whole lot of information through the grass. You can hear it explode in the background as we kind of view the POVs of Insight and High Command. It didn't connect though. 7 kills for EXO, NT5-9 for Purple Mood. More nades for Patampong as he pops the boost. Theerathon peaks up to get all 3! That's what this guy can do! As one of the best players in Thailand, Theerathon just pushes by himself. Sure, he had a couple of nades as cover from Patampong, and EXO and T5 now down to a 2 versus 2. And Insight and Hiker at least have some kind of information as they know where the last fight ended.
Yeah, it's the remaining duos for Theerathon 5 and EXO that are going to try to find the first win for their respective team in this event so far. And it's felt like, quite frankly, both these teams have deserved a win based on those Erangel games, and certainly in Tago here as well. So hard to really say one way or another which one is looking better, which one you'd favor. I think they're both in a position here where if they walk away with the win, we'll say, yep, that seemed pretty deserved. Theerathon 5 just trying to keep their heads down for the moment. EXO being a little bit more mobile. Insight has pushed all the way out, almost all the way to the blue on, I suppose, like the northern side, the northwestern side of this zone, to see if he can try to find an angle, leaving High Command in the anchor position. But Theerathon 5, they're going to push over.
Still smoke, though, obscuring a lot of this battlefield. Molotovs and Theerathon to just clear out this left side means that he doesn't have to clear as much himself. Insight got caught. Insight got caught. He's on fire. Big knock, though, from Hiker, and he pulls out the AWM.
They've swapped places.
Positions, and they have indeed swapped places. I think he just spotted Patampong. The way he just glanced, I think he knows exactly where he is. And yeah, because he just cleared out inside. The org from below, 3x, he has to reload. Ooh. He had 1 bullet left. It didn't matter because High Command got the job done from the high ground. 9-kill win for EXO Clan. It feels like they've been building to this, Jordan. But more importantly, there is a solid 4 or 5 teams from this particular group set that so far is really dominating this lobby through the first 3 matches.
Yeah, EXO is definitely one of them. Obviously, the other one, Theerathon 5, we talked about toward the back end of that game. And NGE, we had mentioned previously earlier on in that matchup, though they didn't have a particularly great game for themselves. 15th with 0 kills is going to put them down a peg, though. Have to talk about EXO, the real winners there. Nicely played 1v1 there from High Command. And, you know, the way he peaked was like over the top of the road and like sort of half behind one of like the light posts or the power posts or whatever you want to call it, one of the poles basically. And I wonder whether or not that pole like ate a shot or 2 from the spray, because I think that actually might have ended up being the difference that got EXO that win. The fact that he had a little bit of a cover, and you know, again, you'd have to really go back and look at it and see whether or not that did play a factor. But either way, good job from High Command. It wasn't even just a 1v1. Actually, quite frankly, it was a 1v2 at one point. He did get the pretty quick trade on to Insight, to be fair. But yeah, well done. And like you said, EXO deserved the win. Felt like they deserved the win. It felt like they've been, as you said, building towards that for you know, today's play. But you know, again, we could have probably said the same thing about Theerathon 5. You could have literally copy pasted that storyline for Theerathon 5. Yet, unfortunately for Theerathon 5, they miss out this time around.
Yeah, massive result there for EXO Clan on Tego, and on a map that I thought might shake the leaderboard up a little bit, has not just done that at all. In fact, it's pretty much kept it that sort of little top-heavy leaderboard that it is through the first 3 matches, although maybe Vikendi is indeed what we need to shake it up. That's where we head after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Alrighty, we are back. Tago done. Vikendi coming your way, and it should hopefully be a lot of fun because, I mean, it usually is. There's bears, there's blizzards, lots of snow. We go from greener pastures now to the snowy dunes of Vikendi, Jordan, and it'll be your first time, I think, getting to cast this at least a professional level. We've probably done some kind of like charity tournament or like lower tier OS tournament on it, but I think I do want your thoughts going into sort of this game, because we're now past the halfway point. How do you think the night's shaped out as we've progressed through it? I feel like we've kind of had the teams we expected to do well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, NG Esports and Theerathon 5 were the two teams that at the start of the day we actually highlighted. They were like the two sort of focus teams, I guess, one from each respective group. And they've definitely upheld their end of the bargain. I thought Four-Man Bow, I didn't really know what to sort of make of them. Obviously, a team coming through from Japan. I don't even have a whole lot of experience with Japanese PUBG in general because they were just never one of the regions that I covered. They did pretty well in that first game, but haven't really looked like much of a threat since then. And obviously, as you've sort of touched on there as well, EXO, that other team that kind of rounds out, I would say, the big three for the night so far. It feels like it's been a big three, although NGE did slow down a little bit in that third game. So I wonder where that sort of sets things up now for the next game in terms of the standings.
Let's go and have a look at the Tago kill leaders as to basically just the one particular match. And I like seeing this too, because Tago is typically a map that I think you can really see a lot of fraggers kind of flex their muscles a little bit. And Theerathon had a massive moment in that game, pushed over 3K on Purple Mood, really kind of just changed the dynamic of that end. At one point, it kind of looked like it was going to be a three-way battle. And then Theerathon just said, no, it's not. Although they weren't able to go on and get the win. High Command, a big reason for that. 9 kills for him. Pat and Pong had a really good performance. Thunders too, also, and then formerly Hung Fo Ditch, of course, now Hung Fong Do, also rounding out with 7 kills to close out the top 5. But yeah, really standout performance from a lot of those particular players, and no surprise to see T5 and EXO Clan at the top there.
Yeah, most definitely. And I guess whether or not they're going to do the same on Vikendi, it seems like if you're good for 3, then maybe you're good for 6 as well at this point in time. And look, no doubt as well for Theerathon 5 that they're still kind of hunting for that win. Didn't quite get it. High Command clutching out the 2v1 there for EXO, sort of snaking another win away from Theerathon 5, though they've really been probing in those first 3 games. I got to say, though, as we head into Vikendi, it does feel like they got to be due for one at some point tonight.
We'll see if Vikendi will be the place to get just that one, as it's going to be our next map, 4th map of the night. And then following this, we've still got 2 more games of Miramar to follow. It's been a very exciting night tonight if the Asia Super Cup. Hope everyone is enjoying it. It's always good to have some APAC action, the best from multiple different regions coming together, fighting for $100,000. It's always a good time. Vikendi we go. The snowy dunes await us. Put your coats on. Let's see who can take out this particular map. And certainly a map that fills that niche of it can be anyone's game. Doesn't matter what Erangel was like. Doesn't matter what Tago was like. Vikendi can certainly offer up a very unique experience.
Yeah, indeed. After this as well, we'll head on to 2 maps of Miramar. So maybe something a little bit more tried and true for the majority of these players, which could be a welcome sight. But, look, there's obviously lots of discussions to be had around the maps and swapping this and that. But at the end of the day, the teams that do tend to perform better on a fundamental level will presumably continue to perform well. Well, we'll see whether or not that's going to be the case. EXO at the top of the board, 45 points. Theerathon 544, and NGE missing out in game 3.
They got nothing.
So they've dropped quite substantially.
It was 18 points for Theerathon. No, sorry, it was 17 points for Theerathon 5 that last game. EXO Clan picked up 19 points, Jordan. So for NGE, yeah, they actually had a 10-point lead after game 2, which doesn't sound like a lot, but 2 games in to have a 10-point lead over SEC, it's actually kind of interesting. And then to obviously get 0 points game 3, and suddenly you find yourself immediately in 3rd place. Four-Man Bow as well have not picked up a point since they won game 1. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, they gotta pick up pace a bit now, because they're already starting to drop after a 20-point banger to begin with. Either way, let's get into Vikendi. We follow the X-Men, and we'll see whether or not they can also get off to a good start here. They've been kind of like RXE, where they're getting into these fights early, Jordan, and sometimes doing okay, getting like the odd kill or 2. But like getting 1 or 2 kills and then dying and getting wiped out and placing 13th, just in the long run, isn't going to be much of a benefit.
Looks like we might actually see a little bit of an earlier engagement than anticipated. Purple Mood and PMA with a very good possibility of running into one another. PMA well aware of that, and it looks like Purple Mood are as well. But Lun more than happy to just sort of play the scouting role and let the rest of the lads loot up as much as possible behind him. No one from Purple Mood pushing too far forward yet, though.
I'm just trying to have a look at the map, but unfortunately not up at the moment, so it makes it very difficult to kind of assess where, you know, everyone is sort of at, especially in a map like Vikendi. Oh, IMP, that is a good opportunity to maybe pick up a rather easy kill. To be fair, not the easiest of shots to hit. That is a further distance than originally it looked like, and the 3x is probably not good enough to help him in that situation. Danoa gets away. Teddy, though, is actually pushing up the hill with the presence of Pete watching. Very aggressive from PMA early, but honestly kind of matches what we've seen from a lot of teams so far tonight. I was talking about X-Men and RXC, there's been a lot of teams that are kind of looking for these little scraps early on. I mean, Pete not shying away from that, and obviously with Purple Mood close by next door, you take your shots if you can get them. It's not really going to change too much in terms of the scheme of things. Smoke goes out. And judging by this positioning of Thanoa, it's almost like he wants to close the gap, but Pete says no. That will send him back. That's going to use one of his first aid kits. That's Kalusia making sure no one's obviously up close. PMA aren't really at their compound, but they've got them surrounded.
Yeah, I was going to say, this can't be feeling good if you're Purple Mood at this point. PMA have kind of just built that chokehold, really, and there's nowhere for Purple Mood to go. Like, anywhere that you try to exit or try to flank, you're essentially running into someone's sideline, and so PMA kind of making short work of Purple Mood here. The real name of the game at this point is going to be making sure that they can get these last couple of members without losing another player, and, well, so far so good. Great nade from Jervis, gets Escalusia. I think there might be a res going on for Purple Mood right now, but that's only going to do so much when it's now a 2-on-4. So the biggest point of difference here for PMA is whether or not they can get out of this one with all 4 members alive. They're doing a pretty good job of things so far, looking quite methodical. I'd back them in to manage that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the Purple Mood that we need to see. This is a team that's made PGC. I had a standout PTS one, which is the PUBG Thailand series. They finished very high there. I think it was second, in fact. And this is not really shaping up to be start to Vikendi. In fact, it's about to be the end of Vikendi for them. A very short-lived 5 minutes. They're going to walk away with essentially nothing because PMA have completely just outplayed them on fire. Shotgun up close. I mean, that is a very clean and concise win for PMA. All 4 kills, no one ever looked in threat. They had them from the very beginning when we saw those initial shots, and then surrounded the location of Purple Mood, didn't really let them evacuate, and clean them up nicely. So I guess from one PGC team to another, PMA come out on top, and that is 4 very handy points for them, gets them up into top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that is about as good as PMA have looked all night. I'll give them a lot of credit for that one. Up into the top 8, though, still not much to write home about, considering they're on 15 points, but they're still a damn side away from, you know, a fairly solid position, you know, maybe like the top 4. Certainly the top 3 feels like it's quite a stretch away from them at the moment as well. So a lot of work still to be done. But better late than never. And I guess it's not too late, right? We're only halfway through the day, all things considered.
Yeah, past halfway now, I guess. So, and it goes quicker than you think. That's the thing. And I kind of also, this is, goes without saying, but Group B just looks stacked. You look at some of those teams that are kind of like waiting to come in and start collecting points as well. If you're at the bottom of this Group A versus C, it's going to be really difficult to then go up against Group B. Obviously, for both of these respective groups, A and C, their next 2 matches are going to be against Group B. So, you know, you the likes of Archangel Predator, you've obviously got the Expendables, as you mentioned, Cerberus, a top team, FW Esports. second in the tie series, and then Fury with a stacked roster. So it's a really, really tough group. As Jun top of this hill over at the cable cars. There's Leo on the other side for X-Men, along with a couple of others that aren't too far away from him. And it has not been scouted out. Tarnish will be able to punish Jun. The fight's not over just yet. I mean, Jun at least is really close. Nate goes out early. Does he know, though? There's another one right next to him. He does not know. That's pain. They couldn't finish him. Jun wins the battle. Just barely. Now out of ammunition. And that little click. And that is also a bit of information that Leo knows he can just push over. And that's an easy kill. Unfortunately, just running out of ammunition and nowhere to run. That was safe cover. And Hoang and Smell are not close enough to help this one. If they're smart, they just get out of here.
Yep, pretty much. DK just getting punished for the scouting. They didn't really do any scouting, unfortunately. And so, in the end, X-Men come away with a couple of freebies. Pain will get revived. Little fundamentals getting exploited. But that's that for DK. So as you say, Smell and Hoang now just have to play this one out as a duo. Trying to make something work. NGE, I'm taking a look at here on the map at the moment, have found themselves a fairly central position. So I wonder if they're going to come back with a vengeance here onto game 4 of the evening. They missed out quite substantially last game, but game 1 and 2 were really good. So not prepared to, really count my chickens before they hatch just based on one game. I think there's definitely still something to be said.
Yeah, but it kind of goes to what I was saying at the start of this game, Jordan. The likes of X-Men, RXC, they've been getting into these kind of fights, at the very least for X-Men, this time a lot cleaner. Back on Erangel, back on Taiga, they'd probably get 1 or 2 kills, but then they'd lose arguably 3 to 4 players with that. So the fact that they were able to do that quite cleanly and very stealthy too, really good from them. Can they continue to improve off that? It's a good platform they've set for themselves. But yeah, I mean, kind of looking at the map now, and everyone's pretty situated, right? So it's the reason why we're not really seeing a whole lot of teams rotating. Everyone's pretty much just kind of surrounding Deca, and from there, it's there. Sure, a couple of teams out on the edge, but they're all pretty much by themselves. Not too many teams that are, ultra close by, except for probably what was PMA having one player that just kind of sent themselves right into QC.
Yeah, look, it's a big map.
And for QC, that's a nice free kill for them.
It's a big map. There's a lot of little nooks and crannies that you can find yourself in, lots of compounds here and there, so wouldn't really be expecting too much early on in the piece unless there was a hot drop involved, which obviously was the case for Purple Mood. A bit of an unfortunate rotation in there for DK, for example, but aside from that, everyone else seems to be pretty much chilling, for lack of a better word, given that we're on Vikendi. FTF trying to make their way down from the north, might run into PMA. And, well, at the moment, NOSH really don't have a whole lot of anything in their vicinity. There's really not too many teams hanging around here, so they're more than happy to just be driving around at the moment. So good that we get the map view here as we head into phase 2, and it will be a hard southern pull, and that is music to EXO's ears for sure, because, again, I mean, they're in with a chance of having a pretty good game here.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would maybe just push on to Deca Mesto, but it goes south. Had it gone on to Deca, then you get a lot of that kind of city fighting, that close quarter combat, which I love. It can be a lot of fun. Now it becomes very interesting because you got a lot more of this open field terrain. It's going to play a little bit more like a Miramar where you're trying to play the hills. It's just, though, a little bit harder to hide because you're standing out in the snow, a bit more visible, if you will. EXO Clan have probably got one of the better positions, though, south side near the coastline, so teams can't push in behind them. They can control the road, and then obviously as the circle probably straightens up to the north side, they can start to push in with it. So kind of like what they've got cooking up. We'll see what can happen. The Daytrade, it's been a disaster. Into the 4th map, still 0 points, Jordan, for I mean, a team that made PGC Grand Finals. Like, this is not a bad team. I don't know if they're at their peak anymore. I think that's probably gone by them, but they're certainly not a team that should be sitting at 0 points after 4 games. And effectively, unless they absolutely turn things around over the next 2 days, they're probably gonna have to go into the losers bracket already. As early as I'm saying it, it's just the truth of it. They would have to really turn their form around really quickly.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I 100% agree with you. Like, no doubt in my mind they're past their prime, obviously. As to whether or not they can recapture that, that's more of a conversation, but 0 points 4 games in is just not good enough at all for Daytrade. But I suppose everyone has their peaks and troughs. You're not going to be on top forever. And NGE are a team that is well aware of that fact because they started today on top and now they've dropped down to third. They might even potentially go even further down depending on how this engagement goes though. 4-on-2 against DK. You'd think they should be able to get through this one okay. Nice nade from Smell does a little bit of early damage but not enough to get a knock and that's what DK desperately need.
Yeah, that nade's not going to find anything either. That one missed the mark. Hoang. Well, he can hear this, by the way, so that's just playing off sound cue. Really smart from Hoang. Oh, I don't know if he was expecting that, though. The double peek. As soon as he reopened that door to put the Molotov in, wanting to confirm the kill onto Hakai. Well, the nade from Hoang will do just that anyway, so he gets the job done. Smoke for his own cover, for his own benefit, and then pushing into the building, and then blows up the gas cans further. Being an absolute nuisance here against NGE. Having already taken out one of their players, he is being an absolute thorn in their side. Although he did get sprayed down, and they know exactly what room he's in, and I think he must have stepped foot in that fire momentarily as he made his way through the smoke, trying to get some loot off of the body of Hakai. Obviously, the best thing for NGE to do now is just kind of push together. You don't really want him to get another flush, to get another kill. He's already taken one, already one of the top players for Hakai, but Van will not allow any more deaths to happen on his watch. Okay, 2 kills for NGE. It's something, but they did lose 1 player, and there's more to come. It's 4 men with bows.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. 4-man bow. They are looking forward to potentially improving upon their night. They've heard all these shots. They recognize that things are looking a little bit spotty in this compound for NGE, and so they're going to have a crack themselves. Haven't really been too impressive beyond that first game, and this crash hasn't started well with Fat getting that initial knock. We're back to a 3-on-3.
It's his own blue zone nade. Or maybe it was another one thrown, but he did throw one in as well. But you're right. I mean, I don't know if the crash was a crash. I think it was just more so wanting to take the compound. I don't actually think that they would have known NGE were fighting in here as per the way that they were kind of playing it. Super passive, didn't want to start sweeping buildings. They certainly didn't look active as if they were ready to fight. They kind of just wanted to take the building, hold out, and then there was a team here. Team, of course, that was kind of licking its wounds from losing one of its players earlier. Now probably feeling primed to be able to take this fight against 4-man bow. The only issue, they don't have the numbers, and it's Rayase that gets the opening kill in this engagement. Van is gone. Rayase almost gets traded. Nade in hand for Rayra jumping out of the window. Fap, that is genius play to get that kind of knockdown. Fap is really showing what he is made of tonight for NGE.
Yeah, Fap's insane. I mean, he's been having a great night, hasn't he? Every single time you see NGE on your screens, it seems like Fap's at the center of it, causing problems. I don't know if he's going to be able to do enough here. It seems pretty tough to get by for NG. They're almost hoping for maybe a mistake here from 4-man Bo, just trying to push forward into that crossfire sightline of Hong Fong Do. Fap's safe for the moment. And we'll jump over to PMA, who are fighting against FTF. Doing a pretty good job of it, but losing some members here and there is PMA. And straight back over to NGE, who have now lost Fap. And unfortunately with that, I think their chances in this game starting to dwindle. And they have really dropped off since we moved away from Erangel.
I mean, Tago wasn't kind to them, and unfortunately Vikendi has been rough. Fap will lose his life. And down to just Hung Fong Do. Elsewhere, as you can see, T5 and Daytrade getting involved, and that is not good news for Daytrade. They've just lost two knocked and 1 flush, and the reason is they're still on 0 points, Jordan. And X-Men have actually third-partied them too. So, I mean, I think they maybe were just rotating, lost a couple on the rotate. It just goes from bad to worse for this PGC level team. And mind you, I said before, probably not at their peak. It's just because I think their peak was insanely good. Best in Thailand good. Yep. You can't finish 6th in the previous tournament And if you kind of look at a lot of their 2023 results, not the best. The outlier was probably more their BGC finish in the grand finals as Pete finally loses his life to solo for PMA. He was just squandering around for a little while. But yeah, I think for Daytrade, unfortunately, 2023 as a whole wasn't the kindest to them, especially at the PGS level. They never cracked anywhere near top 10. Thailand Series Phase 1, they did win. Since that tournament, they haven't actually done well locally outside of one qualifier. So, yeah, I don't know. I think when you kind of look, you go back and just scroll a little bit, 2022, 2021, they were monsters. First or second every single tournament. So, yeah, not quite at that super peak, but certainly a lot better than this. And the team that should arguably still be around the top 4, top 5 in this particular lobby. So an absolute disaster class performance from Daytrade for today. Now into the 4th map and heading into Miramar, likely to be on 0 points.
I mean, they won PCS 7 and PCS 6 back-to-back, and they were obviously in the conversation for quite a few others. So, yeah, I mean, as far as peaks are concerned, they definitely were up there. There's no doubt about that. But look, either way, enough conversation there. Still looking for that first point, and we'll see what they can do about it in this game with 2 remaining players. Leo from X-Men is getting a pretty good angle here and is able to get some assistance actually from Pat on Pong to get that knock onto Long K. As to who will find the finishing blow, as of yet, that remains unsaid. But a little bit of a better performance here from X-Men, who I think have been kind of flying under the radar a little bit this evening. They've got the 4 kills on the board. They've got 4 players up, 18 minutes into the game. And they'll be hearing this rotation from 4-man Bo as well. So Tarnished, oh, this could be a very cheeky grenade from him. He's got all the info that he needs, and now the shot's coming through as well. The nade landed. It's all looking fantastic for X-Men. That's exactly what you want. It is really just a delivery of some points. And Ryu say the last man standing for 4-man Bo won't last long either. So there you go. 4-man Bo eliminated. You may as well just call them 4 points for X-Men at that point, because that's essentially what that amounted to.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from X-Men. I mean, it's probably a little strange to say they're only now up into 7th, and their games on Erangel weren't the greatest, but I think you could kind of see what they were trying to do. They weren't that far behind. They was PMA back at the Master League for Phase 2. They were a team that was only like 20 points behind them, so really fighting at the top of their respective region, and clearly now showing on Vikendi what they're really made of. If they can get a couple of fights on their terms, they're actually quite clean and concise. All 4 players still alive going into the final 10 teams as Hung Fong Du is eliminated by Neurons, and that is a point for Daytrade. They are on the board halfway through this Vikendi, and they will not head to Miramar without a point. So something that maybe could lift the spirits for them, for their fans. As we see the fight here with T5 and FTF continuing on. Thanatos with the knock onto Man, but out from Hatsuwa. Teddy, that's a wonderful little angle with the flipped vehicle that he can play under. But they're running out of players. They already lost 1. Delta Mix eliminated earlier on. Man is knocked down. KDR and Teddy playing away from each other. And there is also a Blizzard that is forming underneath these guys.
Something to be aware of for sure. And Man burning alive. KDR should be able to get the res. Theerathon 5, though, I dare say, will not let that happen for free. Xanadol trying to find the angle. Hasn't quite managed to. Good shots coming back from KDR, but he's instantly traded back on down, and so it doesn't really get any easier for From the Future as Man is going to be flushed. And Theerathon 5 down a member, sure, but still looking much more favorable in this engagement. Slow and steady wins the race. Daytrade in the dead center. They've managed to get themselves a point as well, but that's all that they're going to manage. I mean, I feel so bad for them. It's like cast a curse, you know, it's just something, yeah, they've got a point, they're in the center, they may be able to get something more. Knocked out in 9th, you don't even get another placement point, like, come on. Yeah, unfortunate. What can you do?
The only thing I'll say is in terms of like the mental aspect of that, to just get at least 1 point there rather than being on 0 from 4 games, it's something. You take that, but it's obviously... I'm in a little bit of shock right now for Daytrade. We've covered them for a long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a team of their quality or that quality being just this much disarray to begin a tournament. The one thing I will say is there's enough time to fix this, but it's going to require a massive turnaround for them to not end up in that last chance bracket. ED finished off, so there goes Buriram. They do get that solidary 1 placement point. as Cheeksy will get revived. QC will go back up to 3 players. They've been a little quiet still as well. 13 points, down into 11th now for a team that's known for fragging out. Placement points not something that they're used to getting. For QConfirm that they will get this game, kind of like Tago. So starting to pick up the pieces a little bit. But again, T5, EXO Clan still alive, but we have lost NGE, Purple Mood. 2 points game for 4-man Bo. This time finally offsetting 2 games on 0 points. But it's T5, it's their lobby, it's their night so far, Jordan, and they are also using the Blizzard to their advantage that no one can really see them running around looting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they're just playing slow and steady, and that has been really the name of the game for Theerathon 5. They've been a patient team all day today. In the meanwhile, Teddy from the future is going to be eliminated. So we're down to 6 remaining teams at this point. X-Men continuing to have a good game, 10 kills. Heading into the dying stages of Vikendi. And lots of room to work with on the southern side there by the looks of things. Not really getting too pressured on the rotation was Leo, or rather was Payne. And it'll be up to Upchen and Leo to do the same now. And there you go. EXO still keeping themselves in the conversation here as well. Akita and Monty, 2 players left alive for EXO. They're taking on the might of Theerathon 5 and they're winning. Getting shot in the back, though, by X-Men, and that just feels unfair, because that was almost a 2 versus 4 against Theerathon 5, but it seems that maybe they've been given a reprieve, and EXO will be feeling a little bit salty about that one, because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5, I wonder if they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita! Oh, it's a deadpan shot. He hits them around the bullseye. There goes Atsu on Thanadol. He had 1 nade, 1 chance. He wipes them, cleans them. And while you might sit back and say, well, he's just the solo now, at the very least, you get rid of T5. No more points that they can acquire. So you're already now at the very least equal with them in terms of points going into Miramar. That is amazing effort from Akita to land that nade, and now he's got X-Men. At this point, he's just feeling himself. Why not? He might just spot them. Yes, up close. Leo goes prone and then gets Payne in his sightlines for Payne. That's a very swift headshot. And Xavage Men Esports, the X-Men, are up to 12 kills and now into the top 6.
Yeah, but EXO do maintain first place. They go ahead of Theerathon 5 off the placement points. Really well done from Akita. What a night he's having. Game 1, really nice pop-off moment with that 3K, and then huge nade. Also, he was able to get 2 kills in the initial exchange between EXO and Theerathon 5 as well. So really, he's done the lion's share of that work as well. Fantastic night from him as an individual. But now we have to turn our attention to who's going to actually pick up some of those points that have kind of been left out to dry by the top teams, right? We've been sort of highlighting the fact that this has been a bit of a spongy lobby, right? With EXO and Theerathon 5 soaking up a large majority of the points, and even NGE in those first couple of games doing the same. But X-Men, Unicorn Cyber, QConfirm, and NOSH with a pretty good opportunity now to actually go rocketing up the standings and probably into the top 4 for X-Men or Unicorn Cyber, definitely. QConfirm, potential chance to jump up there as well if they can get that win on the board. And, well, for NOSH, certainly just needing to get themselves back up into the middle of the pack. But a win here, I mean, it looks possible, right? With 4 players alive.
Yeah. Loving that movement there from Shinosuke. Just didn't actually overcommit. Very easily could have in that 1v2. The sprays weren't quite probably landing the way you would have liked. So what does he do? He doesn't double down. He just falls back. Throws a couple of nades. Love the defensive smoke as well. So some really good play from him at an individual level as QC do what they are known to do. They frag out. They clear out Unicorn Cyber. They're up to 6 kills this game. And so X-Men and QC, 2 teams, Jordan, we kind of touched on the first couple of games where they were getting into those early fights. They weren't quite winning them. Well, here we go. Vikendi, they turned it around. Now they certainly are winning them. X-Men still with Upchen playing the anchor. He's able to get some really good vision. I am a little confused though. Leo and Payne have actually split off in opposite directions. So I'm not sure what the go is with that. Maybe Leo just sensing that he can take on QC and by himself and Payne goes to the next location. I'm not entirely sure, but they have 100% split off, and Upchen is actually also going to give up on this position. Leo, in a 1 versus 2, pretty much stuck on an island here behind these vehicles.
He's timed it pretty well, though. I don't think Cheeksing really had an idea that he was that close. Either way, Leo...
Oh my god!
Oh, a headshot as well. And the Molotov, if that lands, will secure this side of the zone. Doesn't look like it's quite gone far enough.
Oh, you kind of figured out what they're doing. So Payne's gone all the way over to get the the south side of NOSH. So he's controlling that. They've got full zone. X-Men have full zone. Yep. That is an amazing play from the X-Men. That high ground that Upchen had, they were able to scope out from that location that the entire zone was clear. NOSH was holding that north side. That is a massive power play. It's a little bit dangerous because obviously Leo could have maybe died out to Cheeksing, but he played that perfectly well. Hid, as you said, Cheeksing had no idea that he was really that close. And now they've got the entire zone. The entire zone. NOSH stuck on the north side, player down already. This might be one of the more well-played games that we've had tonight. And X-Men just need to finish it off, finish off their good work. Shinosuke, we saw his good movement before. One final nade, threw a lot of those out earlier. There's a nade at his feet as well. They're not even needing it though. Upchen and Leo combined with their shots. Upchen knocked down by the Molotov. But they got the numbers here in a 2 versus 1. Payne and Leo just have to finish off all this good work for X-Men to pick up a very deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be doable as well. This will be 15 kills. How many? 16? I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. There's the 15th secured onto Shinosuke. 2 more to find, is it? So that would make 17
of them, and he's got a revive and a heal up. Never mind, Leo's got the right angle. Payne was holding top side. Smoke will dissipate. Haribo, the last one left. And a 1v2 out of position, not able to win the fight against Leo. Payne was watching anyway. It's a massive 18 kill win for the X-Men. Xavage Men Esports was arguably, I think, their best win of the night.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. That was kind of what it felt like maybe new generation were going to be able to do actually at one point, but it's all come up Xavage here. Assists, kills, damage, everything across the board. 2.4k damage, huge number there as well for them. And yeah, they're going to go jumping quite substantially up into, I'd say, at least the top 4, maybe, or dare I say, they can overtake NGE. I don't think so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll get to that when we get to that. But 18 kill win from Xavage Men, X-Men. X Factor in that one. NOSH got only the 2 kills for their second place, so they don't really go jumping too far up either, unfortunately, after what has been a pretty rough day from them. Overall, though, yeah, fun game. I mean, Vikendi, as we sort of said, could potentially give us something a little bit different, something a little bit that might sort of upset potentially the likes of EXO, Theerathon. I mean, NGE were already sort of slipping and sliding after going into Tago. So, yeah, EXO and Theerathon 5. I mean, they're still sort of well and truly head and shoulders above the rest, and especially moving on to Miramar. Again, a map that's a pretty comfortable one for most teams at this point. I don't think that, you know, we can really predict that they're going to fall outside of the top 1 and 2 position, but nice to see another team kind of getting into the mix.
Definitely feels like sweet justice maybe for X-Men, because they had a couple of fights back on Erangel that clearly fell short, but I think you could probably sense the direction that they wanted to take a lot of those fights. Couldn't quite work them out right, couldn't quite get those fights to go their way. Well, they had a game where everything did indeed go their way off their own making. I loved that play at the end there, sending Payne over and splitting up to get full circle control. Absolutely standout performance from X-Men. And we, of course, now go to a break. We clear off that snow, get on our dusty coats, and head to Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
our little map rotation fiesta kind of comes to an end. We've got Miramar coming up next. Tago, Vikendi, certainly a lot of fun. It hasn't probably shaken up the leaderboard all that much, Jordan. I think the top teams that started well in Erangel have remained, obviously, to continue to do well. More importantly, being those EXO and Theerathon 5. I think NGE has not quite been able to replicate their Erangel performances. They were certainly far more of a standout there than they were on, say, Tago and Vikendi. Of course, EXO picking up the win on Tago. But X-Men on Vikendi really shining. It was arguably the best performance we've seen, I think, from a team so far tonight. Not by only through 4 matches, but really clinical, good movement, 18 kills, and I'm imagining that will have put them right up the leaderboard.
Yeah, no one able to find a couple of wins tonight, though, so it hasn't been a huge dominance necessarily, similar to what we've seen from some previous seasons of things like PCS and such like that, where we would have 2-3 wins from a team in the same night. That obviously is still on offer, and I wonder if when we're going back to Miramar here now, back to a little bit more familiar kind of comfort territory. NGE just sort of pick back up right after having looked good on Erangel. Maybe that's just how they like to roll.
I think that we've seen arguably the 2 best teams right now, EXO Clan and Theerathon 5, and 4 matches in. They even had a little toe-to-toe moment to close out that last game as we have a head-to-head, if you will, just to see how both of these two have progressed. 54 points for EXO, they're on top. 52 for Theerathon 5, not far behind. The biggest difference really being the 1 win v the 0 wins, but you can see also, look at the knocks for Theerathon 5, not being able to convert all of those compared to EXO Clan. They've been a little bit more clinical. So yeah, look, not much separating those 2 teams. Akita with a massive nade, I think technically a 3K, but only 2 were standing when he did get the actual kills with that. Still a really big performance from both of these 2 teams to begin through basically all 4 maps. I had a quick little look. Basically every match so far played tonight, top 5 for EXO Clan, top 6 for Theerathon 5, and only top 6 because EXO knocked them out at the end of Vikendi. So they've been really consistent, lots of kills, lots of placement points, and been the 2 best teams so far.
Yeah, indeed. I actually feel like Akita's kind of been the X factor for EXO tonight, right? As you say, these 2 teams have been pretty tightly matched, hard to draw a line in the sand between them. But when you talk about it, I mean, it really feels like it's actually been Akita in those sort of dying moments that has made the play in 2 out of the 4 maps, that has gotten EXO those extra couple of points on the board, where Theerathon 5 haven't really had someone that's done that necessarily, not to the same extent certainly that Akita has done. So I'll sort of put that on his shoulders for EXO as to why they're at the top of the scoreboard at the moment, but still 2 maps yet to play. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be holding on to that at the end of the 6 games that we do have for you this evening.
Yeah, after Tago actually concluded, it was only 1 point separating those 2 teams. EXO were on 45, T5 on 44. Well, now it's 2 points separating them. So again, not much really did change with that Vikendi result. And I think it's probably, we've gone enough into the games. You can have a look at the leaderboard and see how things are shaping up beyond just kind of the top 2 without really spoiling things. Obviously, EXO and T5 at the top. NGE still holding on, Jordan. They obviously cashed in that second game where they picked up 20 of their 39 points, but in the other 3 games, only 19. X-Men up into 4th. We were obviously talking quite a lot about them going into the break, coming out of it. So that is exactly what has been they've been able to do with those points that they did gain predominantly from that last match of Vikendi. Purple Mood rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, not too much between the top 2, obviously, but yeah, still a lot to be said for the middle of the pack. I mean, obviously, you can disregard 17 to 24. None of those teams have played so far today. In case you're wondering, I saw a couple of people sort of questioning, why are these teams all grayed out already on the in-game scoreboard? It's just because they're not playing in this lobby. But for Daytrade, yeah, 1 point so far today out of 4 games is a rough spot to be. But the thing is, like, all it will take is actually 1 decent game, and they're like straight back up into pretty much the top 5, right? If they have a win, like you can get 15, 20 points out of 1 game, no problems at all, especially as a team like Daytrade. So it would be a bad night still, but if you could perhaps have 2 good games here back to back on Miramar, maybe a win and a top 5 placing, you're kind of just back into the swing of things going into next week.
Yep. Unfortunately, Jordan, I have put a bit of a jinx on us during the break. I said it's been a pretty quick, clean night tonight. And of course, now we have to remake the lobby for this next game coming for Miramar. With that, we'll go to a short break. When we do come back, though, it will be match number 5.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
apologies for the slight delays here as we get in towards Miramar for our last two games of this evening of the HS Super Cup. It's been an absolute blast so far. We've had lots of action. Some of our top teams still fighting towards, trying to clear themselves from that very congested top two, top three, especially considering there's only 2 points separating 1 and 2 at the moment. And of course, a couple of teams down towards the bottom, Jordan, that do need to kind of turn things around. Daytrade probably being the most out of all of them. 1 point from 4 games played is certainly not something I expected from them. Hopefully for their sake, as we head into Miramar for match number 5, they can begin to change their fortunes a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I'm just taking a quick look over at Twire and checking out the damage dealt, and Puchils and Flash right down there at the bottom in terms of damage dealt. Delta Mix the only one below them, but he was a player that literally did not play Erangel. He died off spawn, essentially, twice on Erangel, so he's only had 2 games to play. Puchils and Flash really struggling to get it going, and look, Belmoth and Nurans aren't having much better of a day. Unfortunately, it just seems like whatever the case for Daytrade here, something's not coming together, but hey, maybe Miramar is going to be their home ground territory. They always used to have a pretty decent time on this back in the day, so see what they can do to turn it around. The big story at the moment, of course, Theerathon 5, EXO up toward the top. Probably should say EXO first, then Theerathon 5, given that that's the order they are on the standings, but not by a huge margin. And NGE have slowed down a little bit. X-Men, massive game in the previous. They're on Vikendi. We're able to jump all the way up to 4th, but just not quite enough to overtake NGE.
Yeah, X-Men have actually improved every game that they've played so far tonight. 1 point, then 2 points, and then they picked up 5 points, and then they picked up 28 points. So a bit of a gap from round 3 to round 4, but still an improving team. And I think we saw glimpses of that back on Erangel, where certainly a case of like this was a team that was fighting. They just couldn't quite win those particular fights, and weren't shying away from that. Doubled down, backed themselves in, and on Vikendi absolutely exploded. One thing to note as well, Jordan, NOSH was obviously the team that finished second on Vikendi. They only picked up the 2 kills, though. It doesn't really get them very far, as you can see on the leaderboard. Still in that second last position. Although, to be fair, there's 3 teams all on 10 points, and then there's 1 team above them on 11 points, 1 point higher. So not much really separating that kind of bottom 5, except for kind of Daytrade, which we've done PUBG a lot, many a year. When you kind of look at that leaderboard from 15th to 16th, you don't typically see that kind of gap where everyone's on double digits, 4 games in, there's still 1 team on just 1 point, let alone the fact that it's a PGC equivalent team in Daytrade. It's quite bizarre. I'm expecting it to change here, though, in Miramar.
I'm hoping so as well. And I did just see one of the RXC members pop up on the kill feed there. So that's unfortunate. QConfirm looking like they're doing a bit of a number, and oh, there you go.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure what happened there.
If I said that X-Men have been improving as the night's gone on, unfortunately RXC have kind of gone in the opposite direction. I just don't think they've been able to really get themselves out of that stigma that maybe X-Men were in to begin with, in that scrappy team, taking early fights. In this case, again, RXC go out super early. They've not made it into the top 9, so 10th place finish on Vikendi was their best. They've been able to get most of their points, well, obviously all of their points, just from kills. They don't get any there against QConfirm. Known Fraggers, who go up into 6th place. Good 4 points for them. Jumps them up a little bit. Now we head over to NOSH, who I just spoke about. Not getting many kills in that second place performance on Vikendi, but a chance here against Buriram with a knock against Nordra at the back of that warehouse, and has Can kind of in the way. So it's not exactly as easy as just running over and getting the flush, especially with Edie and Kanaxi over by the tank, and pushing as Nobu is very much aware that they are coming in this direction. Pops the shot with the AUG, won't land it, and will fall back.
Oh, he's getting pushed, and he's well aware of that. Buriram really want to do something about this quickly, being down a member. Nordra, I don't know if that res is going to go through. Certainly not after Kan gets knocked down by Shinosuke, so double knock from him, and it looks like NOSH are in prime position, holding the top of the stairs with the shoddy. Kanaxi
Clean.
survived on 9 HP. I wonder if any of the pellets just didn't quite connect. Kanaxi somehow has doubled down on 9 HP, and Edie's still alive here as well. This has gone all wrong for NOSH. They're constantly that team that looks like they get themselves into a good spot and then it doesn't go their way for whatever reason. And this one might fall apart as well. Edie, just how was he allowed to do that? Otian knocked down now as well. And this might end up being a 2v4 from the Buriram members. And if they move fast, they could potentially even save Can as well.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Shinosuke is still here. If he really wants to, he could kind of backfill in towards that warehouse, kill him, and then take on the 1v2. So it's not exactly a clean sweep for Buriram, but he isn't opting to do that. He actually opts to push forward and try his luck against Edie with an Iron Sight AKM. Certainly got the meds to take this fight. Also, the longer this goes on, the more likely there's going to be the bleed out onto Can. Really smart there from Kanaxi to just push. That's a 3K. For one of the supportive players of Buriram United, and he can go and get that revive as well onto Can. That is a really, really good effort from Kanaxi. The fact that they can get the 4 kills, walk away with the 3 players as he gets the revive onto Can, now makes that a really good result for Buriram.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just insane that they're allowed to get away with that. That's going to be one that NOSH will want to have a look back at, right? And just think, okay, how could we have played this one better? Because clearly, when you're up in a 4v2, you should not be losing it. There's just no doubt. Doesn't matter, you know, what happened really. Something went wrong for that to occur on the behalf of NOSH. And look, they're definitely not a team with the same level of experience or caliber of a lot of those Buriram members. So these things are going to happen. It's a learning experience, but it's important that it is taken as that. And hopefully they're going to be able to use it and move forward with it.
Saw that dust storm in play as well. Of course, can very much throw a bit of a spanner in the works at times. It's probably not as oppressive as the blizzard on Vikendi, but certainly there are levels to it. Didn't get to see any bear action either on the Vikendi game, as Zapao gets a kill on Jun. And just caught blissfully walking around, and he's unable to be aware that he is in a bit of a dangerous territory. Loses his life as Hoang was watching. He wasn't able to help. And that's just an unfortunate death for Khoa Gaming. And also, hearing the commotion, wants to see if he can have a look at the Mark 12 6 times. Can't find anything straight away. All of these teams just around outskirts on the western side of Kentera, pretty much happy to be in their locations, not expecting them to be rotating. In fact, the majority of teams are already in pretty good positions for this first circle. Match number 5 of the night. One more to go after this. Already turning into a bit of a top-heavy lobby. We'll have to see what happens with EXO Clan at T5 if they can continue to have the nights that they've had. Now here on to Miramar.
Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the zone at the moment, though. Theerathon 5 up to the north and EXO well and truly down south. NGE as well. One of the teams that we've been pretty interested in tonight. See what they're going to be bringing to the table. They were very good on a
Alrighty, well, seems as if we've got still a lot of action here to be played in phase 1, but probably not much action, just mainly waiting things out. PMA on the rotate, Jervis and Co trying to just get away from NGE, who in the first couple of games tonight were very much playing that kind of snowball-heavy rotation game. This time they're just going to have to sit in the compound that they've already acquired here for phase 1. 2.5 minutes, but again, PMA probably one of the only teams that are actually on the rotate at the moment.
Well, Jervis, lucky, jumps out of the vehicle just in time. High Command, though, certainly has the upper hand in this engagement. Looking for the nade. It's going to go a little bit too far there on the behalf of Jervis. Now it's time for a couple of flashes to get tossed on out. And High Command, well, he doesn't want to overcommit to this one, and that's probably a wise decision because the reinforcements are starting to come through. And looks like he'll be out of there scot-free on his way down the hill. PMA might want to get some revenge. They're really chasing this one. I don't know that they want to overcommit to it either. And in the end, both teams walking away relatively unscathed.
Relatively. And not much out. I mean, this is the case with Miramar. I mean, we've had 2 fights, NOSH and RXE, obviously, so 2 teams gone, which does mean, you know, clearly there's going to be a lot of real estate available for teams here. Belmoth just already practicing. It's kind of like shadow boxing. A boxer getting ready to get into the ring, so he's just kind of getting out a couple of uppercuts, lefts and rights. Daytrade probably need the practice as well, Jordan, just the 1 point.
Surely, come on. I want to see a big Daytrade win. Get them back in that conversation. It's ludicrous to me that this is the way that tonight has played out for Daytrade, but sometimes it is what it is, you know, like you just have a bad night. And if everyone has a bad night at the same time, then in a strong lobby like this, maybe you don't get many points. Not exactly in the pole position for this game, though, at the moment, Daytrade, given where they've had to set up, but stranger things can happen. PMA. A little bit of a quieter start to this game. Usually they're in the engagements pretty early on in the piece, but they might be happy with actually the proceedings here, considering they do tend to lose players pretty early a lot.
Yeah, I think that's the case of Miramar, right? More than anything. And sometimes the way that it plays itself out is kind of slow to get going and then build up the pace as the game progresses. Western Circle shift. Not too bad, right on top of From the Future. They're in a really good spot. Obviously, you can see from that vision of the map, the majority of teams getting straight into those vehicles, going for that rotate. Very aggressive rotate of that for phase 2. Fap in some trouble here. He's one of the better players tonight. Pete had a bit of a crack, but he's actually not being able to land. Instead, it's going back the other way, and he's going to have to just continue to force the drive. By Teddy gets a shot at Fap as well, and he too has a very similar fate where it's quite unsuccessful. They're all having a crack at Fap, and he is finally had enough of this. Gets the knockdown onto Jervis. Pete is low, so is Teddy, and Jervis is eliminated.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Fap's probably not the guy that I'd be taking on. He has been absolutely stellar today for NGE. Absolutely the standout for that squad, and one of the standout individuals tonight, I'd say, alongside Akita. Unicorn Cyber down a member. Sapau's been picked off. So Unicorn Cyber has been an interesting team tonight. We haven't really spoken too much about this squad. To be fair, they haven't really like set the server alight necessarily, but you can see them there, 27 points. It's not as if they've been having a bad night. And again, 3 kills in this game so far. Probably not going to win it. They're down to 3 players already, which is still workable, but 3 players and a few members still sort of hanging around. Don't know that Unicorn Cyber's at the tip of your lips if you're sort of picking a winner for this game, but again, the point is really that they're still getting points. And so is NGE. They're coming back with a bit of a vengeance after a slower time on Tago and then Vikendi. It does seem like the more traditional maps are a little bit more favorable for them.
Yeah. I mean, NGE, I don't want to say have done enough tonight, but only because of what T5 and EXO have done, right? I think themselves as a team have probably done more than enough tonight, but the fact that T5 and EXO have kind of just done that one better, right? And they've got that extra 11 to 13 point gap. And I think that probably says it all. That there's a little bit more work to be done here on Miramar before they can kind of start counting their blessings for what's been a great start tonight if they want to try and finish towards the very top of these standings. Got to remember, it's top 8, Jordan, and we've still got a lot of really solid teams from Group B. There's no guarantee that, you know, finishing 3rd or 4th tonight is going to really solidify anything. Certainly puts you in a really good position. But for NGE, I think certainly just need to finish things off on a really good note here on Miramar, and that will be putting themselves in a really, really good position to go in towards the grand finals straight away and look to avoid the last chance bracket.
Yeah, I would even go so far as to say I don't think they need to finish off with a really good result on Miramar. I think they just need to finish off with a decent result, right? As long as they can, you know, put together 5-10 points a game here on the last couple of maps, you know, they're still going to be well clear of probably at least top 5 easily. You know, they'll be probably 50, 55 points at the end of the day. And I don't see too many teams really being able to overtake them. Like maybe they drop back down to 4, for example. But yeah, at this point, NGE just have a solid day. But that's a northern shift that's again going to put Theerathon 5 in a pretty commanding position over the northern side of the zone. They already had a 2-1-1 split between Hassi and the hills south of San Martin. So they've got a lot of zone control, kind of a lot of information that they can gather from Patampong. And he's actually going to be left alone by Thanadol, who will work his way back towards Hassi with the rest of Theerathon 5. But they must be feeling pretty good about this. And again, you know, I have to bring it up, right? Because they haven't won a game yet so far, but they have been undoubtedly one of the more consistent teams, especially in terms of placements. Oh, by the way, double knock from Flash. Daytrade, they're on.
Yeah, but they certainly are.
Theerathon 5, I mean, is this a dub in the making, potentially? Like, early to say, obviously, but just feel like it would be criminal if they didn't get away with at least one today.
Yeah. Yeah, as for Daytrade, I mean, it's a long, long way back to somehow making top 8 to get themselves directly into the grand finals, but it's got to start somewhere. Certainly, you would imagine this probably by the end of it, maybe 1 or 2 spots that would be available for them as we tick closer to the 15-minute mark and essentially halfway through. For QC, again, another good performance in terms of these kills. 5 of them, but they've lost Leons, they've lost Opons. Arguably their star player, especially from Thai Series 2. Been a good night for them, I'd say, considering it didn't start all that well. They've been able to redeem themselves as the night has gone on. And certainly in a position where you can kind of end the night in an okay fashion. You're not super ecstatic, but certainly the kind of night you can build on from it. Because EXO Clan will find themselves a little bit of a dip. Just at the bottom of this hill, and Insight was very close to being worse for wear. He'll have to heal up, and certainly going to be some pressure on that position for EXO Clan.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty rough when teams start to come down that hill. Unicorn Cyber, FTF. I mean, it'll be tough for them to come down that hill, considering you've got the likes of Daytrade who will have an angle on that as well. But EXO, it doesn't give them a lot of control at all. It doesn't really give them a lot of proactivity, unfortunately. So they're kind of just going to have to try and keep their heads down, hope that the game plays out well enough for them. And 4-man Bow dodging the artillery strikes at the moment. Quite all right. Dahlia down, but 4-man Bow do still have 3 players left up. They, I think, find themselves in a similar position, though, to EXO, where they don't really have the ability to influence the game from this position. They've kind of just got to see what comes and do their best. PMA, good knock on to NGE's van. And that'll be finished off as well. There's another zone shift that'll stay northern. Theerathon 5 happy with that. X-Men certainly happy with that as well. And it might be a late half sort of push into the top 5, top 3, potentially even for X-Men. After obviously going into game 4, they had a good game there. They got the win there. Can they do in game 5, game 6, and sort of put the tail end on the day?
Oh, ambitious from you, Dirt. You always want to give that a crack. You never know. You know, pretty much almost all of these players in this lobby will have gotten a kill in that fashion at some point in their careers. Obviously, as the solo, you want to try and get anything that you can possibly get. Safe kind of shot to take. Maybe try and get something for Newhouse, who's been relatively quiet so far today. They've had a couple of okay moments at times, especially from the likes of Udirt, who does obviously remain still alive. Has a bit of work to do. He's going to get some placement points. Still 13 teams in it. Okay, and Hungfo, well, hey, oh my goodness, Flash for the mortar. He's picked up a 3K as that's happening. Hungfo Ditch is also down as well. A couple of the top teams, and I mean the top teams, are feeling the pressure here. There goes NGE, there goes EXO, and they are up in flames right now. That's exactly what Daytrade need to really just kind of kickstart this tournament. Yeah, a little bit late in the piece on day 1, but I mean, this is exactly what they need.
Yeah, Kid is going to have to do something insane to save the day there. He was good all day, but realistically speaking, it was basically a 1v3 for him. And Daytrade, I mean, they are the ultimate benefactors of that initial knock that came through. So well done. I think it was Flash that was the one that fired the mortar, wasn't it? But it was always going to be rough for EXO in that position. They didn't have much room to move. Now U-Dirt, he's going to try to push his way in. Does he expect two? Well, either way, it was one too many because he didn't even get himself a single knock. So DK survive. This is a nasty game actually for quite a number of teams who really feel like they haven't been given the opportunities that they would have wanted to. You know, it hasn't played out in a standard way. A couple of teams just forced to, example, EXO put themselves in a bit of a bowl that maybe they wouldn't have in an ideal scenario, and obviously the full send there into the shack. A couple of teams just being forced to play a brand of PUBG that they wouldn't want to in an ideal world, but unfortunately we don't live in an ideal world.
Certainly don't. Four-man vote. Just the 2 points since game one, Jordan, and now stuck just getting peppered by Purple Mood, and starting to feel a little bit bad for these guys because, in all honesty, they actually played really well in that game that they won. So, and they've got a good position here as well for Miramar, but this is the case with Miramar. There's just certain angles at times that are going to get looked at. Down to the south, though, Unicorn and From the Future taking a bit of a fight. Nurans from a long distance away. Massive knock on to Demon. And in the end, Nurans will get the kills. Demon actually sort of martyrdomed himself, and Destroyer's trying to run down the hill. But I mean, how many times have we seen this on Miramar more than any other map where teams just, as soon as that blue pushes them out into these open areas, they are just fodder to these long-range DMRs. Banawat will get the knock onto man. Theerathon Five, along with Daytrade, both also peppering towards those teams to the south. And it's only smokes and maybe the occasional building that can provide a little bit of cover. Four-man boat, it's still in an okay position. Along with the fact that it's still got 3 players up. Maybe a chance to pick up their first points. Obviously, they picked up 2 points. I think it was on Vikendi. As Teddy will actually get the kill onto Destroy. And there goes Unicorn. And we are into the final 9 teams for Miramar. One more to send packing before the placement points.
I think it might be From the Future that is going to be that team that'll be sent packing. They've got a minute and 45 of respite where they can stay up the hill on the edge of the zone. But as soon as that starts to push in, they're going to have to find a way down. And with Daytrade watching that, and a couple of other teams surely having an angle on it, I don't see this ending particularly kindly for From the Future. Nobody else really has to move to the same extent. I mean, Buriram are coming in already. They've found themselves in a good spot. Purple Mood also already in, and Belmoth a double nade onto Delta Mix and Man. Apparently Miramar really is the recipe for success for Daytrade. They are rocketing up. They've gone from 1 point to 9 in one game so far, and they're not done yet. They've got all 4 members alive, so I wonder if Daytrade can actually have that close to the day that they would have really been seeking.
So 21.5 minutes ticking over. Still one team away from those placement points, and FTF just trying to hold on. See if they can get that solo player in towards the points. Daytrade up to 9 kills this game. Certainly a massive turnaround for them. And I think you might have said it a game ago, or 2 at most, Jordan, that it doesn't take much to get themselves back into the middle of the pack. The only problem is the middle of this pack probably won't be the middle of the overall pack once Group B gets involved. And there's another ball strike that comes on in. Jason getting to sort of watch the fireworks landing right in front of him. Good visuals. As Daytrade, though, well, they go from being able to pick teams off from a distance to Purple Mood wanting to take the fight on this hill and being quite direct in their approach in doing so. As Quilugia and Flucky making their way over to get inside, to get involved in this fight. They've got the high ground against Daytrade too. So as good as this game has been for Daytrade, I think it might be coming to an end, but a really solid shot from Belmont as he hits that from the low ground. The smoke also is obscuring a lot of this vision. Banawat trying to throw a couple of nades over. He's also going to be careful. He's low on health and now eventually knocked by a big nade from Nurans. Only 2 up for Purple Mood, but only 1 standing, and it's Nurans for Daytrade. Certainly capable as a top player, but from this position as a solo, not going to be easy, and smokes are dissipating, and he has none left.
Yeah, what's the play for Nurans here? You don't really want to be taking that uphill fight. But as you say, smoke's fading. Doesn't really give him too many options. Going to have to just try and stick here, I think, and get that res onto Poochills. But even should that res come through, I'm not sure that they're really going to be given the time to actually get out of this, let alone even potentially heal. Nurin's going to try to provide some space, but it's just not going to happen. And so, well, it goes up in a flash of smoke, unfortunately, for Daytrade, though a much better game from them, all things considered. And they're actually off the bottom of the scoreboard now. So they put 10 points together this game, which is not too shabby. It's just a shame that the rest of the day hasn't really gone their way.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've got one more game. And if you can go and get, say, another 10 points, then you kind of look at that scoreboard and you think, okay, well, around 10th at the end of day one, still 2 games to go in the group as we see Purple Mood going toe-to-toe with a couple. And there's Rossiter Jr. Oh my God, big nade from Smelt, just to kind of finish off a lot of that mess of that little engagement. And he's the one that's going to be the beneficiary. As Dan Khoa, though, unfortunately, well, for Smell himself, takes themselves out. He picks up the kills, though, of Purple Mood. And they're obviously done for the game. 5th place, 35 points, just behind X-Men, who have gone very quiet in this. Actually, a complete opposite approach to the games earlier tonight, where X-Men have been involved early on in these games. Now they come in quite late as 4, but Hatsuwa, along with Kanaxi, both have angles on the push-up of Leo and Upchen. X-Men, yeah, quiet, but now maybe out. If they're not careful, last 2 players remain.
Theerathon 5. Is this the win brewing for them? Oh, Tarnished has something to say about it. Patton Pong down at the rock. Should be easily resable, though, as the smoke is tossed on top of him. And Rossiter Jr. just trying to give himself a little bit of room to make this cross. In the end, he's going to have to toss out another smoke to make that one possible. And X-Men, certainly wounded at this point in time, are almost living and dying by the decision of Buriram, who've at this point decided not yet to actually push around the back, and even then cross shots coming through from XIEC, making life even more difficult for X-Men. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't think they've really got too far that they can go. And despite all that pressure that they were putting on Theerathon 5, it seems like that has now started to sort of dissipate a little bit. And from here, a 4-on-2 on 2 on 3 on 3. Theerathon 5, pole position to clean this one up.
Yeah, and I think, what was it, during that little break when we looked at the head-to-head matchup with EXO Clan, the only thing really separating them was the win. And I think they're in a really good position to now go and get that win. It's been such a tremendous night for Theerathon 5 tonight, and they've obviously had a really good competitor in EXO Clan. 2 second-place finishes as well, Jordan. And a win now certainly on the cards. Not a given, not a certainty, but in the best position from this current location. Down to the final 5 teams remaining, of which X-Men, of course, down to that solo 4-man boat. Getting involved as QC, getting close to their location. Hatswap with a good angle, and really just kind of showing what little room to move there is for 4-man bow from that ditch. There's not a lot. As soon as you peek your head up on this map of Miramar, at any point, you can have just about anyone looking at your location. In this case, it's T5. 2 nades, 4 cheeksing, 6 kills for QC. That nade onto the back of Rayra gets him quite low. The second one should get the knock. It does.
Yeah, just a constant barrage of utility getting tossed in here. QConfirm. It's not quite getting this one done as cleanly as they would have liked to have, though. 4-man bow still fighting back, and it's actually in the end QConfirm that will drop out in 5th place. And so we're into the final 4. No team really feels like they want to actually be the aggressor in this situation, though. Theerathon 5, they control a large portion of the zone. They've got 4 players alive. They're more than happy to just chill at the moment. 4-man bow on the southern side of that road as a trio aren't really being pushed to do anything at the moment. Tarnished as a solo, and Buriram are kind of waiting for Tarnished to get removed from that position to open up their angles, their avenues of attack. But until Tarnished moves, I don't think anything's really going to happen here. The thing is, though, Zone pushing at the back is going to essentially force his hand. He's going to have to move, or he's going to have to go down to the zone.
Yeah. But even the way that T5 playing this right now, it's been their playstyle all night. Not changing the narrative in which they want to play. Patience, control, and don't overcommit. Don't put a foot wrong. Don't make a mistake and give these other teams a look in. They've still got 3 players up apiece. 4-man boat. They've really shown us tonight they're capable of winning. Back in game 1 on Erangel, Buriram, we know they're more than capable. So Theerathon 5 just are in this predicament at the moment where they kind of got to think their way through this situation. Do they want to play zone? Do they want to try and keep these two teams away from the center of the map? Do they want to push one? The problem is, if you push one, then the other's going to third party you.
Someone said he wins the race, I guess, in that case, but something's going to have to crack. It's the nature of the beast, and I think it'll be four-man Bo that probably will crack first. Buriram seem to be pretty safe in their positions, and it's ultimately going to be four-man Bo on the southern side of that road that are going to have to be the team to move first. I wonder how much util they've got available to them, if they've got any smokes. Not seeing them toss any just yet. Pod shots, if nothing else, yeah. from four-man Bo, and Theerathon Five are hitting their shots a little bit better, so bit of a pressure cooker of a situation for four-man Bo. Not really sure that there's much of a way out. I think the big thing is going to be, can Buriram use that moment of a distraction to potentially get up and over onto the top of the ridge? If they can potentially find a knock onto Patampong at a good time here, as four-man Bo are taking the attention from a couple of those extra Theerathon 5 members, then maybe there's a world where Buriram can win this one as well, but fighting an uphill battle, that's for sure. Theerathon 5 certainly looking in the position where they would be quite comfortable to win this game from. But things can go wrong pretty quick.
That's exactly what Theerathon 5 want, though. They want to be the aggressors here and get the opening knock or two, putting pressure on either of these two teams. The other issue as well is there's probably not much of a world in which Buriram and four-man Bo fight each other, unless it's a case of Buriram getting to, say, the bottom of this hill and then four-man Bo having to push him behind them, T5, and then Buriram could kind of collude in getting the kills onto 4MB. But yeah, I mean, they've got bigger issues kind of across the road. And in the end, T5 will clean up. It does mean that for Buriram United, they are left to their lonesome to try and win this one. Cannot, although pushing up. XIEC, he's had a really good night tonight. Confirms the kill. An important point. Two to get rid of. Yeah, XIEC! Massive double onto Reseda Jr. and Hatsawat. And now down to Thanatos, and he gets a very quick trade. Needed that. Now makes it the 1 versus 1.
That's unreal from XIEC. He's given it a chance. Edie, such experience in this position. Thanatos, the new star for Theerathon 5. It's the old versus the new. And Edie will just duck his head back down. Flash is getting tossed back and forth. Thanatos on the move. He's been heard. Edie knows. He's got the setup and he's got the dub as well. Buriram Esports, they take the dub. I can't believe it. It was Theerathon 5's every day of the week, but XIEC just handed them a huge 3K. And Theerathon 5 got to be looking at that one and wondering how on earth did that happen.
Yeah, really well played from Edie in the 1v1 there. Obviously, XIEC's the main reason why Buriram United were able to go on and win that game, though, Jordan. But Theerathon 5, it's another second place, becoming a bit of a curse, becoming a bit of a trend. Not the best of trends, but also not a bad one, right? If you finish second every game, you're probably going to end up winning the tournament, and it will get them back into first place. For Buriram United, though, that was their very first time finishing into the top 5 of a game tonight in match number 5, and they go on and get the win. So a huge performance for one of the OGs of the Thai scene here for APAC, and really well deserved. I mean, XIEC was able to kind of push up on that right-hand side, had a little bit of help as well. And they were able to just hit some really good shots, right? So really well earned, really well played, and for Buriram United puts them in a really strong position going into the last game of the night, where essentially now kind of puts them into a position where they're fighting to be a top 8 team. Once all the groups start playing each other, can they finish in that top 8? Yeah, I mean,
look, it's still early days, right? And this is something that we said going into that game, and I think going into the next game as well. There's still a lot of moving and shaking that can be done on the standings. I mean, Daytrade's a perfect example of it, going from 1 point to 11 in one game. I mean, who's to say they can't do more even in the next game? So yeah, it's still on offer. One game to play, big game available for maybe 1 or 2 teams, and that could make a big difference.
Yeah, one final match remaining. We'll head to a break. When we come back, it will be Miramar for game number 6.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
really fun night tonight for the Asia Super Cup. I hope everyone has been enjoying it. One game to go. Of course, don't fret. Plenty of games for this particular tournament coming over the next couple of days and over the next couple of weeks as well. So lots of action, and that's good for us. It's also probably good for a couple of these teams too. They haven't probably started all that well. We'll go to our map 5 kill leaders, Jordan, though, and we'll get to have a look at maybe a bit of a turnaround for some of these particular players outside of maybe the likes of Theerathon, who I don't believe he went and got 17 kills himself, so that's probably not correct, and therefore I'm not too sure what the rest of those are like. But clearly, obviously, the likes of Daytrade we saw in that particular game were able to kick into gear, maybe is the right way to say. Is it too little too late? Potentially, but still, nevertheless, we obviously have been able to get them off the bottom of the leaderboard, out of the scrap. Buriram United as well from mid-table, they're able to climb up towards the upper echelons with a big win, and the trend continues for Theerathon 5. It's their second place finish today.
Yeah, I'd say that might have been the top 5 kills for the day, because Theerathon was 13 going into that last game. I think he probably picked up a couple on the way through there as well. Might have been ending up on 17, and a couple of the other players looked like they might be in that discussion. Akita was one that I had highlighted a little bit. Obviously, EXO got themselves a win earlier on, and that was on Tego. But Buriram picking up Miramar, and Theerathon 5, where's their dub? I mean, like, this is now starting to actually become a bit of a problem. Like, yeah, okay, it's a problem in so much as, yeah, you're still on top of the scoreboard, like, who cares? But could be a little bit further out in front with a couple more placement points. They've had a few games where they've realistically looked like they could actually convert a chicken dinner, but haven't actually been able to get any of them over the line. And that last one, I would say, is probably the most egregious example of it. So for Theerathon 5, even though it's been a really good day, there's always something in the back in your mind where you could say, well, could have been even a little bit better.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think we both pretty much sort of said the same thing there, where it's not really like the worst problem to have, which is finishing second. Although I think in that particular instance, like that game there, yeah, it's very easy to argue maybe they should have won. I mean, it took a really big play from XIEC coming up on that right side of the hill to push up, get a double, and even then, Theerathon still got that knock in the trade and made it a 1v1, but it still took a heroic effort from Buriram to stop Theerathon from winning that game. Still, they've been really good in terms of kills. They've been obviously finishing second a bunch as well. I don't think there's been a single game tonight where they've finished outside the top 8. And yeah, that's correct. Third, second, sixth, and second, Jordan. So, I mean, they'll be rightfully in front. In fact, 67 points, 13 now clear of EXO going into the last game of the night, which obviously for this particular phase of the tournament, finishing first, second doesn't really matter, but as long as you're in the top 8, that's all that matters. Get towards the grand final. And I would imagine for T5 and EXO, and I'll probably stop it just there because there's a lot of games to be played, both are in a really, really good position now to be able to skip that last chance bracket and go to the grand final. We'll head to our final map, though, of the night, Game 6. Miramar once again as we look to conclude night 1 here of the PUBG Asia Super Cup.
Yeah, certainly hoping to see something again from Daytrade on this one, just so that we can continue to keep them as part of our conversations going into next week. But aside from that previous game, it has really been quite a lackluster day from them. RXE as well have been slowing down a little bit. From the future, haven't been too impressive tonight. NOSH, especially after that start. I mean, I didn't even think about that. Can you believe it? Buriram was down 2-on-4 at the start of that game.
Yeah.
And they managed to pull the 2-on-4 back and then win the game. I didn't even realize that until I've just thought about it now. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the beauty of PUBG, and there's a lot that can happen throughout a game. You sometimes might forget what happened in the first 5 minutes or so, but yeah, good memory there, good pickup. Clearly, obviously, for NOSH, it's been not the best of nights. They did have that second place finish on Vikendi, but down towards the bottom now, just 1 point clear of RXC. And not gonna lie, I thought a team that maybe showed some really good promise to start the night was RXC. Thought they were doing quite well. Of course, for them, it's a case of still the team with the least expectations, Jordan, being a replacement team, if you will, next in line with the exclusion of Genius Esports. So, I mean, coming into tonight, you didn't have the highest of expectations, but I thought they actually started the night on the front foot, did quite well. They've been able to get some kills, 10 kills. In fact, they just have had 0 placement points. So had they been able to get let's say 10 placement points from the first 5 games, you know, they'd be pretty comfortable in 10th, which is where DK is sitting, and they'd be having a good night. So clearly just got to find a way to survive the early game, get into the top 10, which they haven't done so far tonight, and get some placement points into the top 8, of course, is what I mean. Purple, Mood, and Unicorn with a bit of a drop here at Power Grid. This is going to end very quickly, I think, because Power Grid can really end that way, especially if they want to take the fight between these two teams. But Thunder's not sure where he's going here. Going really far out to the wide side. Looked like he was kind of running away, but now that the fight has kicked off, 1-for-1 knocks, he makes his way back in to help out.
Yeah, I think he was just really looking for a flank potentially, but once that initial engagement happened, he kind of realized, right, well, I don't actually have time to make this move now. I need to kind of group back up with the boys and make sure we're trading down. Destroy Scarell with a 6x. Nice angle for him. Shots do actually connect. And Fluky not able to find a trade there onto Destroy. So we're still at essentially a 2-for-2 trade, though I think Unicorn might have been able to get a res in the meanwhile there, so it's actually looking a little bit better for them at the moment. Destroy wants to continue the push forward.
I mean, as he rightfully should. That was an amazing spray with the 6x on the Scar. One to the left side. Not sure if he shoulder peeked Thunders there and saw him, but he knows he's there. I don't think he actually got the visual confirmation, but he does know. He can hear him moving around outside as well. First aid kit. Thunder's at the door, makes a way across. He's just going left and right. Once Destroy heals up, he's probably just going to peek this, check left side, easy spray. Tank's in the way. Playing this pretty calm. There's Flucky, there's the second. Really well played from Destroy. I mean, that's just using your audio. Well, it's outpouring. Well, he's been able to get 3 kills because of it and didn't get too over aggressive. And guess who is fighting in the early game? It's RXE once again. This time, though, they get the opening pick in this engagement with Leon's knocked down for QConfirm. QConfirm, though, it's in. There's more than happy to take the fight, but Opon's knocked by the nade of Vanahan. This is kind of the sort of fighting we saw from RXE to start on Erangel. What a shot! Bell LP! Cheeks being shut down. Oh, my goodness.
He's got no ammo.
To switch here on the final game of the night. Bounce ran out of ammunition. He's bounced 5-5-6. 6-7-8-9 will confirm the kill. And I tell you what, I think they're about to just 4-man wipe QConfirm rather comfortably here at Hacienda.
Well, Petrat, what are you going to do? M4 in hand, 30 bullets to play with, but spacing looking pretty good from RXE. They're clearing this building together, and there's just almost no chance you even get one here. Yes, the knock comes through, but the rest of the spray wasn't as clean as this start. And even had it been, I think the power of numbers would have just been a little bit too good for RXE. I mean, Bao survived on 1 HP, but there was a third player there anyway. So, well done from RXE. Smart stuff. Straight away again, similar to our last round on Miramar, we see 2 teams out of the picture pretty much straight away. They get to go to bed early here, PLM and QConfirm, which is not what they would have wanted. NOSH.
Probably not as late over there.
No. Ooh, okay. Hatsawat's been taken out.
Oh,
the van. Oh, the van was trying to help him out, but somehow.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, still though, Theerathon 5 will be a bit disappointed by that, and that is a very well-timed sandstorm.
That is insane. I mean, he wasn't really checking left side anyway, but yeah, as soon as that sandstorm comes, he has to back out now. So he's not dead. Oh, there you go. Modern PUBG, something new to Miramar, and it does kind of save the day for Shinosuke. And yeah, they get the kill, they get out, and that's not ideal for, obviously, our leading team tonight. Theerathon 5 now becoming Theerathon 3.
Yeah, that significantly hampers their chances of winning this game. Really feels like they've missed a trick a couple of times today. Could have been 1 or 2 wins on the board actually for Theerathon 5. But even saying that, they have a fairly healthy lead now over EXO after that last game. So as much as we're being somewhat critical of Theerathon 5 in being unable to convert their chicken dinners, they've actually been very consistent across the board, and they've started to reap the benefits of that. And you know, EXO have been pretty good as well, but they did have 1 or 2 games that they didn't go missing necessarily in, but just didn't quite have that same consistency of Theerathon 5. And at the end of the day, that might be what leaves them in second place here. Though, obviously still waiting to see what NGE can do. 2 really good games, and then beyond that, it's been a bit Yeah, hit and miss.
Yeah, and Theerathon 5, can remember, they won the last Asia Super Cup as well by like 41 points. In fact, they haven't actually finished outside of top 8 in any tournament since 2021, excluding PGC, which is a different level of tournament, if you will. So anything regional or domestic, they have finished in top 8 for the last, well, going on 3 years now, if they can finish top 8 again in this. And that is just outstanding consistency. And obviously a team that has been able to cement themselves as the best from Thailand. Not in this particular game, though, losing 1 early, but I still wouldn't discount them with 3, the way that they've been able to play quite passively when needed to, and that's probably what could get them into the late game. New House. I've seen them a little bit tonight. T's been involved. UDIRT maybe the standout. Daytrade. Well, they're back on the bottom, Jordan. But they've gone from 1 point to 2-1s. They're up to 11, so they're back on the bottom.
Double their points. It's really good. 1-1.
That's 1-1. We'll give you another one. Yeah.
I mean, hey, if they had another one, then they'd be doing pretty well tonight, I tell you that. 1-1-1. I think they definitely take that. But, yeah, I don't know. Look, we've talked about it enough, I think, from the perspective of Daytrade, unfortunate night. But, look, you could easily see them jump up into 12th. You know, a couple of points the difference between them and XIEC, and obviously that's not going to get them too far. We're talking about overall points as well, with the other lobbies in mind when we're sort of allocating those 8 slots through to the grand final, and they're a long way away from that. But I think at this point, every point does matter.
One of the teams, I think they're Unicorn, we probably haven't touched on as much than I was kind of just looking at the leaderboard and maybe just trying to see who we haven't really spoken about. Unicorn, I think DK as well, maybe from the future, New House, but I feel like everyone else we've covered at various lengths tonight. Unicorn Cyber up obviously into 7th, 31 points, 4 kills this game. And some of the standouts have probably been Destroy, Demon so far tonight. Maybe not as much from Supal. But certainly in the conversation when it comes to can they finish top 8, they'll be thereabouts, probably trying to fight for that 7th or 8th spot. The other thing as well to take note, because we've still got Group B to bring into the equation, is understanding in terms of what points are actually going to be needed to, say, finish in that top 8. You know, how many of those that are in the top 8 right now get dislodged? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 2? Don't really know. But I would imagine it's going to be a couple. I would put my bet and say 3 to 4 teams of that current top 8 will get dislodged by Group B members.
Yep. I don't think that's super unreasonable at all. I mean, QConfirm definitely on the precipice, particularly having a pretty rough final game of the night. Actually could get knocked out of the top 8 by 1 or 2 teams actually in this last game.
Yeah.
Not sure if it'll be Daytrade, but they're about to get themselves into a bit of a stouch again against NHE, and I don't know that it'll be NHE either, unfortunately. Yeah, a few teams have just been pretty slow to get the ball going tonight. I mean, what's the average points you expect to see from a first place team on any given night? I would say 10 or 11 a game. Is a really good score. So
yeah, maybe 12, but you're
as an average,
right ballpark. Yeah.
So Theerathon 5 have kind of already gone past that. If we're talking about this being 6 games from them, they're at more than 11 already. So they're soaking up quite a lot of points. But see whether or not they can pull any more in their direction, as Zone's going to shift over the top of San Martin. Power grid as well. Unicorn Cyber quite happy that they were able to take control of that area.
This could be their game, actually. Yeah, could be their game. They've only got a couple of kills clearing out Power Grid. They get to play it now for a bit longer. Well, Canaxi, the hero from the last match of Miramar, has run into Kobe and Thanahan of RXC. He's able to survive. And just bandaged himself up a bit, and at this point now it's really just the vehicle taking the beating. In fact, so much so he has to get out of this. He can't play this anymore. Oh, and then from the other side it's KDR. Well, how about that? You get out of your vehicle, you go behind the vehicle to avoid the shots, and guess what? They get guess who's watching from the top of the hill? It's from the future. It's KDR and XIEC, the heroic man from the last match who helped Buriram get their win. He is eliminated. And Brew are down 2-3.
Yeah, KDR on the high ground here from the future. Got a few pot shots over at PMA. They're going to have bigger things to worry about, though, as I can watch on the minimap here. NGE are on their way in. And Buriram with some shots on the cross there. Aren't landing too many until Edie manages to take out Hakai, who's going to be left for dead. The rest of NGE well and truly on their way past. But Buriram are going to be happy to grab that point. It's been a bit of an interesting night for Buriram as well. They haven't really felt like the top dogs that they used to be, but nor have they really gone missing either. I think they've definitely had their moments. There's been a few good games from them, obviously winning the previous game there on Miramar, and Miramar having been sort of their home turf, even going so far back as the PCS days. You could expect to see them still actually put something really impressive on the board tonight if they can potentially get another decent game under their belt, go above 50 points. I think that'd be probably the goal for them at this point in the evening. So every point matters right now.
There goes KDR after getting the kill onto XIEC. Then it all finds him with the mortar strike from 641 meters away. NGE, I mean, talk about a team that's, gone relatively quiet as the night progressed. Well, like it's been an awful night, obviously sitting in third. But, obviously it's not quite been that standout performance that they had on Erangel. And, you look at X-Men, you look at Brew, and those teams could very easily overtake NGE by the end of the night for a team that started so strong. They were 10 points clear after 2 games. Could find themselves at the bottom end of that top 5 by the end of the night. A big slowdown as EXO Clan made their way down the hill. They probably don't have to do too much in this final game. And there goes Van. Destroy gets that kill for Unicorn Cyber because NGE are actually just outside of Power Grid. So down to 2 players, and the night goes from bad to worse for NGE. After the terrific start, it has fallen apart.
It's crazy, though. I mean, they're still kind of holding on to a top 3 spot, though that is seriously under threat in this game. And a huge pull. And I want to draw your attention as well to the EXO setup. Monty's still out in the blue. Akita as well. Insight was also on his own. And High Command's really the only one that had sort of pushed forward at all. They were really like sort of hedging their bets a little bit in terms of these positions, but they have a lot of zone control, and you can see the reason that Monty's been left out here is that he's just got such a crazy Overwatch position. Unlikely to be hitting too many shots from a range like this one. You're just taking pot shots at that point, but he's got info for days. And for EXO, they've had that info for the better part of, maybe 5 minutes at this point in time. So they know Inside obviously in that position, able to get there. They know there's no one in that building. High Command's pushed forward into the center of the zone. Akita's locking down the southern side as well. Lots of info available to EXO at the moment. So I do wonder where they're going to end up.
Info is the last one for New Generation. Tonight's been a strange one. They had 14 kills game 1, Jordan, 10 kills game 2 and a win. Since then, 15th, no kills. 11th, 2 kills. 11th, 2 kills. And on the verge of 14 and no kills. Talk about probably the opposite of consistent. X-Men, as they've been building towards top 4 finish, now up into 3rd. I don't know if it's going to be a prolonged celebration. They're going to get Pain revived. That's been done, completed. Still in a bit of a predicament, though, at the bottom of this bowl. And Angbo Ditch gets a double onto Upchen and Pain. 2 teams in 3rd and 4th, going back and forth. It's not even a team, really. It's just Hung Fongdu. And he gets rid of X-Men. That will confirm X-Men cannot finish above NGE tonight. Not sure how many points more that they will really get. And to be fair, it's turning into the kind of game now, Jordan, where a lot of these top 8 teams have perished or are about to perish. QC, Purple Mood, X-Men all out. NGE down to 1. T5 only got the 3 and Buriram only got the 3. So a last-ditch chance, the final game of the night, for those that are 9th to 16th to collect some points and just even up the gap going into next week.
Yeah, on the point of T5 as well, they are in a fairly...
Tomorrow, I should say.
They're in a fairly busy position on the map, rotating their way away from NOSH. I'm not sure that really gets them out of hot water. No, certainly not. Roster Jr.'s been taken out on that rotate, and he's finished off as well by Shinosuke. So Theerathon 5, it doesn't look like they're really going to be going out of tonight with a bang, rather maybe a whimper in the final game. But fair enough, I suppose they've earned their rest after what has been a extremely solid night. But that, once again, would open the door back up for EXO to do something pretty special. And just look at the zone control that EXO have at the moment. Like, they are in possession of like almost 50% of the zone, which is kind of crazy to think. Yeah. Though, you know, it's not gonna last, obviously, as teams start to rotate their way down south. But at least for now, EXO very well poised, especially with that zone shift, to come away with a win in this final game. And if Theerathon 5 dropped early here, as has been helped out by Haikaman, who was set up above Patampong. Well, it'll be an extra point in the back pocket of EXO. And that gap will start to close.
Yeah, I did confirm as well. I spoke to Haikaman during the break, and it's a permanent addition to this EXO Clan roster. So core 4 moving forward for EXO, including Haikaman. He's played well tonight as well. Really enjoyed his gameplay. 9 kills, now up to 10. That puts him basically, you know, top 3 territory, tied with a couple of others, along with Akita, his teammate. So they've had a really solid night. That's a wonderful spray to get Dahlia down to half health. Unfortunately, you don't really get much of a reward for getting someone down to half, but you do have the damage dealt stats, if you will. And putting the Mark 12 now to good use as well, and doing a decent job of just kind of hanging on around that mount there. That'll spotted by Monty. That's kind of where you walk out in the open, your eyes light up as to how there is a player out there standing. That's Miramar for you. Monty couldn't quite hit the shots there with the mini, so Theerathon gets away scot-free. 2 kills for EXO this game, looking to just keep in touch with Theerathon 5, which I imagine they will, considering it is only Theerathon that does remain. There goes Puchils as Nordra confirms the bleed out kill, and Buriram will get much needed point there.
Oh, Bao has held his shots there. Probably a wise thing to do considering FTF is so close by. Speaking of FTF, there's 1 kill for them, but Nordra, double nade onto Nuruns and Belmoth. Is just a mess all over the place. Thanadol holding on for dear life, gets the better of Shinosuke. A little bit of revenge actually there in the end for Theerathon 5, and we're all over the place. So is Haikaman. He might get a double here. Doesn't quite manage to. Nade over the top. Is it just to finish off the player that he got the knock on? Not quite, but Haikaman's going to have to be careful here. He's got Akita behind him though, and that's why he's continuing to take this fight. Whoa. Another one for Haikaman. He's just a one-man army at this point in time. Akita, of all players, has been naded by Haribo, so didn't even get to see anything from him, but Haikaman doing it the job solo. The spray is good enough again. Haikaman is just setting the server alight in game number 6 of the evening, and EXO reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah, it's really turning EXO into a well-rounded roster when you got Haikaman playing this well. Akita, known fragger. Insight can just kind of do his thing as the IGL, and that leaves Monty as a really solid flex option. So EXO Clan just looking really, really solid here. Night number 1, chewing up in flames. That's going to be the end of Khoa Gaming, and then Night, 0 kills, he bleeds out, and that's a nice triple for Buriram. They'll collect those points up into 3rd place they go. So NGE do drop down another place into 4th after the standout start to the night, and a little bit with a whimper, but still 44 points on the end of the night. It's not too bad. Got 3 kills, and clearly got something to kind of improve upon, knowing full well that their best is a little bit better than what they offered to close the night out. Nordra knocked by Hudat. This is turning into a very aggressive mid-game action for Miramar. Nice day from Eddie on to Hudat, Unicorn, Cyber Icon, and suddenly only 8 teams remain at the 20-minute mark as Bao LP trying to fight with Teddy. Not the easiest of fights, though, with Teddy having such a high ground, but the negative of that is you do kind of sunlight a little bit and others will see you. That's a headshot from Monty, my goodness.
A lot of wounded teams as well, just 3 with the full strength core of 4. EXO have taken up position on the northern side of the zone in the compound. Monty A nice sniping position here. Relative safety, actually, for EXO at the moment, as the vast majority of the teams are actually up on top of that cliff, on top of the hill, or sort of halfway down. Buriram have gone on a massive journey around the map and eventually are now starting to be forced in. Sooner or later, everyone's going to have to start going down. Tanadol chose the wrong timing. Rayra from four-man bow will finish that one off. So Theerathon 5 do get themselves at least a placement point out of it. Up to 70 points total. Anything short of a win from EXO will be difficult to catch them, but either way, that is very much on offer.
Some solid shooting tonight from a lot of these players. I can definitely see the skill level has just risen so high, so high compared to the PCS days. There's just so much more directness with these shots. Everyone really knows what they're doing. It's been really, really fun to watch. And I don't know if a team of Daytrade's quality would be sitting last at the end of 6 games, 2-3 years ago. Just would never have really been something that would happen. I think it really kind of speaks volumes to the level of these teams. And on top of that, Jordan, with so many teams from APAC doing so well at PGC over the last 2 years as well, really does kind of highlight the strength of this region. For PUBG has really just continued to grow as the years have gone on.
This is going to be a rough trek for Can, the remaining member of Buriram, but still quite a fantastic end to the evening for Buriram when you consider they got the win in the previous game and 9 kills in this one as well. So certainly shot up the standings and now quite safe in third, you'd think, unless four-man Bo pick up a huge win. I'm not sure that's really going to be too likely with PMA right on top of their heads, basically. These two teams, there's almost no doubt that this is going to come to a head, as both teams are going to be trying to make that same rotation in, and they will have to fight their way in against one another.
Five teams left. Final game of the night. But off those 5 teams, 2 of them at the top. Yeah, the most wounded. Buriram down to 1. That's just Can. So, of course, with just the 3. And an opportunity then presents itself. PMA, Newhouse. Can they find a win? Four-man Boat would be looking for their second of the night, but they just lost Rayra. Combination of Teddy and Jervis. Next has been spotted by Neil T for Newhouse. So good information for Newhouse, as we've seen from Neil T's perspective. And can actually con to his other teammates that EXO are close by to them, knowing full well that PMA are up on this hill. And that four-man Bo are probably not likely to be long for this world. Jervis, he's gone. Same with Teddy. Combination of Newhouse and EXO Clan, and it probably means those still up on top of this mountain aren't going to be able to make it down from said mountain. Four-man Bo, PMA, just trying to hold on for dear life.
Whoa, nice shot. Can't land the second or the third until a couple of follow-ups do eventually come through there from UDirt, and that's the end of Nissi. There's no way you're getting out of the zone at that point. Where do you go, four-man Bo? Like, there's just no cover at all. I mean, PMA shooting at them, new House Esports as well. Unfortunate issue for PMA is that now that four-man Bo has been dealt with, they are actually the focus of attention of all the teams that are already safe inside the zone. So there's also nowhere for PMA to go, and that's now the 4th team eliminated, and 3 remain. Buriram as a solo with Can kind of just flying under the radar at the moment on the northern side of the map, and obviously EXO kind of chilling, though chilling is maybe not the right word, because that's not really what they've been doing here. I mean, they've left Monty back in that anchor position at the compound, but they've sent Insight and High Command forward. Now, what worries me a little bit is that Can is kind of floating around behind Insight. I'm not sure that Monty's really going to be looking in that direction. High Command certainly isn't at the moment either, so this is where things could get a little bit problematic for EXO, and unfortunately for Insight, not really much that he can do there. Good shot in from High Command, but Can will get the flush and actually survives behind the rock as well, which it severely hurts the chances of EXO actually winning this fight now, given that even if they do get rid of Can, will end up being a 2-on-4 against NHE. And I think a 3-on-4, you can work with that, but a 2-on-4, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be super doable.
A new house from here. Been a very quiet night for them tonight, but an opportunity to cement a much-needed win. Wouldn't be counting out EXO Clan just yet, though. Obviously, High Command has been having a huge final game of the night for a night that's already been quite a significantly high-played game. Monty certainly more than capable as the Robin to the Batman of High Command. Should add as well, this is the first time tonight New House Esports have made it into the top 5 out of all 6 games played, and maybe first time is the charm because they are now on the verge of finding a win. Can takes the point, but they won't care too much because it means that that's not a threat now from EXO Clan. Monty can't make it across the desert. High Command will now try and make pretty much the same trek in that Murado. Can switching targets momentarily over towards 1706 for New House Esports. 11 kills for Buriram. They will not be overtaking EXO, but they will be cementing a very solid 3rd place.
Can's been doing a really good job, though. He's got those points on the board that kind of made the difference at the end of the day, right? 1 or 2 extra here and there amounts to quite a lot at the end of the day. And now he'll see if he can actually even get a couple more. If High Command goes down first, the headshot onto High Command will certainly help, and then Can gets that finishing blow as well. So he's got himself another kill and yet more placement points, and I think at this point he can disappear into the night and say, my job here is done. Though, by the looks of things, he's going to try and give this one a crack. He's trying to smoke out as much space as possible, but yeah, just way too many members available there for New House Esports, and we knew that they were going to pick up that win from a while ago. So a bit of an anticlimax in the end for New House Esports. They don't really have to work too hard for that one in the end. A lot of that job was actually done by Can from Buriram, but still, you'll take the win when it comes, and credit to them, but also credit to Can for a nice job as a solo.
Yeah, Cam, one of the top players, of course, a new player too for Buriram United, made his debut back in Thai Series 2 at the end of last year. He ended up with 4th overall damage too from that tournament. So talk about a debut, and we saw in this game as well that he's still got it, 5 kills, and 2nd place with Buriram United with a bunch of kills too, puts them in an amazing position at the conclusion of night 1 here for the Super Asian Cup. And for A versus C, that's it. That's in the books. New House will get the final win. Theerathon 5 walk away with 3 second places and a 3rd place and no win by the end of the night, but they will of course be remaining in that number 1 position. EXO, I would imagine, should still be in 2nd. Buriram will then be in 3rd. Obviously then NGE is around the ballpark too. So, you know, when it's all said and done in terms of tonight, Jordan, the way things kind of started, somewhat the way things ended, maybe outside of Buriram. I think Buriram started a little bit slower, only got the 2 points from game 1, 4 points from game 2, and then they started to really pick it up a notch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was quite an entertaining night, wasn't it? Really felt like a bit of a roller coaster. Some teams had a bit of a smoother run than others. Theerathon 5, I would say the smoothest, of course. EXO, pretty smooth until a bit of a drop-off, I guess, toward the end there. Xavage Men Esports, yeah, slow, but big pickup toward the back. And same for Buriram United, right? Buriram United, they didn't really seem like they were amounting to too much, and then they kind of did pretty well in those last couple of games. So early days, obviously, but we're kind of setting the foundation for the PUBG Asia Super Cup winter. And it was a good first night, right? 6 games a night as well now. So lots of games to sort of take into account. And I mean, still plenty more to talk about, right? There's still another whole 8 teams that we didn't even get to watch tonight. I think I kind of like that as well as a concept. I don't, you know, I look, not that I don't want to see the same 16 teams necessarily in the lobby every day, but I think it's kind of cool. Like, not only do you have different maps, different players, and now certainly an extra 8 teams to throw into the mix as well, always gives you something sort of more to talk about, which is good.
Yeah, Group A get the break tomorrow night. Obviously, as we know, B comes in, so it'll be B versus C, which means for Group C, they'll be doing back-to-back nights. And it also means Group A is the only group that will get to have a break. So Theerathon 5, EXO Clan, they get tomorrow off completely and then come back. Whereas for Group C, they do 2 nights in a row. Well, Group B will then also do 2 nights in a row. I will say, though, I think this actually works out well for Group C. I'm going to say it, Jordan, because I think Group A, you know, if you look at that top end, especially Theerathon 5 and EXO Clan, I think they're more than happy to probably just have the night off. Whereas for Group C, there's probably a couple of those teams that would ideally like to maybe just keep going and see whether or not they can really improve on tonight. Your Burirams, your NGEs, your X-Men's, really curious to see how they go as we have our leaderboard at the conclusion of the night. All 6 games played, of course, from 1 to 16. We now need to see Group B. They'll play tomorrow night against Group C. And more importantly, Daytrade. I think being in 16th from Group C, they get to go straight into tomorrow night. You could make an argument, maybe having the night off, watching the VODs. I think if I'm Daytrade, I'd rather just get straight into the games tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know, man. Like, surely can't get worse, right? So that's kind of what they've got to be saying to themselves. Like, yeah, we had a bad day, but we'll come back stronger. Obviously, we're a good team. We've got some really incredible players that have done things that 90% of or 99% of the players even in this lobby, you know, haven't been able to do within Asia. So it's no doubt that they have the talent. It's just sometimes you have a bad night, and hopefully that doesn't affect them or sort of tilt them for the rest of the competition. But yeah, I have faith they'll be back stronger than that for sure in the coming days.
I will say, though, Group C, of course, tomorrow night will be their last night in terms of group play, which means they don't actually know how many points that they need to make top 8, Jordan, and that will be a luxury that Group A and B will have on the final night. If you think about your EXO Clans and your Theerathon Fives, they come back in last night against Group B. They'll already see, are we in the top 8 already? Like, what do we really need? And so, you know, you can think about those last kind of couple of games of the night. You think about the last 2, for example, on Miramar, those teams will actually know, okay, we're either already in or we're not. Whereas Group C, there's probably going to be one team from Group C that's going to be like hanging on into the top 8, and they're just watching the game and they can't do anything about it. They don't know how many points they need. We'd like to wrap things up for tonight. It's been a really, really fun night, Jordan. It's obviously been a pleasure to have you on. I think it might be the only night, unfortunately, that we will get to have you on here for the Asia Super Cup, but just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, it was fun. It was nice to be back. Obviously, you know, I always enjoyed doing PCS, and like we said at the start, this is kind of the spiritual successor to PCS. You know, it's rekindled a little bit of that enjoyment for me watching this one. So I don't know, we'll see. As you say, the only one I'm on for now, but you never know. Someone's internet might go out again and might see me back. We'll see.
Mine almost did tonight, so that always happened live. Yeah, hopefully in future we'll be able to get you on more, Jordan, and kind of get the game back together. And obviously the only issue is there's only so many of these, so we kind of have to cherish them while we've got them for now. Thank you very much. And of course, for those unaware, we'll be getting Extreme, former PUBG Pro, on for the remaining broadcast. So we do bid you farewell, Jordan. We'll see you hopefully again in the future. For the rest of the broadcast, though, that's us done tonight, but we return tomorrow night for more of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Hope everyone enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. On to Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!